What an evening. Good evening, everybody. It is right at the edge of my usual start time. So for those of you who are new to the channel, I try to start at 7. However, I do write down a start time between 7 to 8 because especially when I was walking to it from work, there's obviously going to be stuff that can get in the way. But certainly I was thinking it might be about 7:30. It's getting much closer to 8. So, and I have part of this was dinner, so I have a few pierogies that I still need to finish, and the kettle's just boiling now. But I am really looking forward to getting back into Phantom Brigade, and I wanted to at least get things started. I will get up from this screen for a moment to deal with the kettle, which actually has just finished boiling. I'll do that now, actually. I will be back in just a second because the program's launching. Welcome to the Brigade. We're excited for you to experience. Oh God! Sorry, I just got hot water everywhere. We're excited for you to be experiencing Phantom Brigade and to have you help shaping its development during its early access period. During the course of development, some aspects of the game will feel rough, sparse, or buggy. Every month we'll release a major update, which will include bugs fixes, new features, and quality of life improvements for players. We appreciate your patience and feedback throughout this process as we work to deliver the most important features and fixes. From the main menu, check out the Early Access Roadmap to see what's coming next for Phantom Brigade. Reach out to us via the Brace Yourself Games Discord community or read the latest patch notes for the latest changes and known issues. Thank you for joining us on this journey, and we look forward to making Phantom Brigade better and better with your help. Sorry, as you can see, I hit the start streaming button, but that obviously doesn't mean that I was prepared. And before it was cool to add it to these games, no, I actually think it's good that more games are doing this, but Phantom Brigade didn't require negative press to make sure this was included. A very small percentage of people may experience a seizure when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or visual patterns. These seizures may have a variety of symptoms, including lightheadedness, altered vision, eye or face twitching, jerking, shaking of arms or legs, disorientation, confusion, or momentary loss of awareness. Immediately stop playing and consult a doctor if you experience any of these symptoms. If you or any of your relatives have a history of seizures or epilepsy, it is recommended that you consult a doctor before playing. So naturally, I am a huge fan of this game, and obviously, if you do experience that, please take watching or playing under advisement. And I hope you do get a chance to experience the game because it really is wonderful. So, first things first, it is worth mentioning that I was given a key for promotional purposes for Brace Yourself Games. This is amazing. I'm incredibly happy. Obviously, we've been doing Industries of Titan the last little while, and I have the great dilemma between the two excellent Brace Yourself games, which are out of early access. My enthusiasm for this game is genuine, but it's probably worth saying, I was given this for promotional purposes. And of course, some of you know that I do have the Epic affiliate link still. So if you are considering picking up this game in its early access period, or picking up the game at all, you can get it. Currently, it's exclusive to the Epic Store. I believe it will be getting a Steam release eventually, but that does not have an official date yet. But if you'd like to play the version I'm playing, if you would like to use the affiliate link, you can either click that link inside of chat, you could put the creator code SystemChalk down below, and a small portion of the purchase price will be headed towards me. I don't know if Epic is still covering the first 5% like they used to be. I think that was the first year of the store, so it might be that that's money that's coming out from Brace Yourself Games. So obviously, if you'd like to make sure that 100% of those revenues are going towards them, I completely understand that. And of course, if you have another creator that you'd like to support, the creators are Brace Yourself Games. The people who are streaming and flogging affiliate links are something else. But Obviously, if you have somebody else with an affiliate link, I'm not going to feel too hard done by if you use one of those other things. But this is something that sort of helps me cover the costs of doing streams. And so for those of you that have used it, I really appreciate that. And again, that's either System Chalk in the creator code down below at checkout, or you can use the link there. How you doing, Mad King Brutus? Affiliate link, baby. How you doing? Thank you. You just subscribed last stream, so you of all people should not be throwing more money at me. I think that was 15 months. That was your... I'm pretty sure it was 15 months. It was definitely double digits, but... So I'm going to take a quick minute here and talk about the roadmap. One, for those of you who are watching on YouTube, there's usually about 10 minutes of preamble. I need to just kind of settle in a little bit because, as you probably got the impression from my very manic start, I'm actually trying to get... I was looking at some other stuff that I had done, Mad King Brutus, and I was shocked at how long I have been doing this sort of stuff. Mildly concerning from a growth point of view. On the other hand, I think, this will be a conversation I have a little bit later, but there's another kind of dimension to that, because it's one of these things where, like, just because you show up doesn't mean that people will automatically come in. But I'll talk about that later, because this should be about Phantom Brigade. So we've gotten the first step on this roadmap. So December quality of life update called Mechan at Work. Player requested QOL improvements, new combat environments, base UI UX improvements, bug fixes. And actually, I'll see if on the Discord, which I highly recommend if you guys are not on the Brace Yourself Discord, even if you are maybe not a fan of tactics games like Phantom Brigade, this is actually a pretty cool Discord. I do not participate in a lot of Discords, but I've actually really liked the Brace Yourselves one. This will actually tie into a little bit about what I was going to talk about with Mad King Brutus. But it is worth remembering that Brace Yourself is responsible for Crypt of the Necrodancer, Industries of Titan, as well as Phantom Brigade. Of course, Cadence of Hyrule as well, but I think that one winds up combined in the Crypt of the Necrodancer feed. I'm sure they have other things coming up. But the other thing that's worth remembering is that Brace Yourself has been very good about building a community of sort of best practices and experts as well. So Ryan Clark will do the Clark tank. He is a wealth of knowledge, and there are a lot of really interesting people who contribute, not even necessarily directly to the Clark tank, but there are people who do analysis of the indie space or gaming in general. And he has a kind of a monthly show where he quite regularly will cover shifts inside of the industry, looking at sort of the top sellers, explaining why they work. He has a very clear idea of what makes games work, what makes them financially successful. And so if you are a little bit like me and are sort of an interested observer, I mean, obviously as a broadcaster, there's at least, I have like a toehold on one very small part of the chain, in the sense that I think some of you are going to take a look at this game and say, hey, this is really cool, I want to play it, and wind up buying it. So it's impossible for me to say, throw up my hands and say, oh, I don't do anything in terms of gaming. But clearly I'm not involved in making games, or anything along those lines. But I am really interested in the business of this. And so the Clark tank is a really wonderful resource. In addition, there is I can't remember the series name offhand, but trailers are another thing that they talk about a lot on the Brace Yourself, on the Clark tank videos. And there's actually now a series about editing in there as well. So it is an excellent overall resource. So if you're not in that Discord already, I highly recommend it. I am visiting it though, so I can see if there's a patch note. Here we go, from Maddie. Happy patch day. We're Mechan at Work with Phantom Brigade's first big update. You'll want to airdrop right back into this one. New combat areas, 2 new shields, improved squad management, balance improvement, new extended music tracks. We get to hear it right now. Hotfix went live, no more naked units. Cool. That was actually this afternoon. Okay. And actually, yeah, it's 2 new shields. I still haven't beaten Crypt of the Necrodancer, Bad King Brutus. And the next update is going to be a campaign update, diverse combat scenarios, new narrative, new combat environment. I'm really looking forward to the Arsenal update now that I've seen what Melee looks like. But I am at the 10-minute mark. I was a little more scrambled than what I wanted to be. Now I think I'm going to get an alert. So I'm curious what happens here if I hit load. Oh, so it doesn't say you're gonna break your save if you do the new. Okay, I was actually getting ready to do a new campaign, but it looks like we're able to keep going for our main campaign. That makes me feel good actually, because I'd like to continue this run. Might be able to $44.99 AUD for Phantom Brigade, and of course, and now you have your creator code. Oh, bless your heart. Well, if you have any questions about the game, let me know, because I figure you're going to want to decide that your money's being well spent. I'm actually going to need a minute to reacquaint myself with the controls, because it's been a little while. So the game started in the mountain base. This was kind of the tutorial mission. We've taken 2 districts, and we're currently working on... it used to tell me levels. Oh, here we go. Yes, if I mouse over it. So Fearland is where we are right now. I think we're going to head to Vremel next. Or possibly Hosfred. I will admit I'm a little... Oh, there we go. No, Laga. Okay. I gotta know what my next few moves are gonna be. We are gonna be doing the repairs and salvaging first. How my pilots? Fatigue. As pilots risk their lives in combat, they become more fatigued. The more fatigued, the more susceptible to concussive damage. Pilots are restored gradually over time, but some events can temporarily remove fatigue altogether. I believe the negative numbers now... I believe the negative numbers here are positive. Like, so they're rested and ready. The positive numbers will be they're getting increasingly tired and will not perform as well. And that things naturally move towards a 0 state. How you doing, Uncle Cranky? I guess you've been doing more Far Cry 4, which I've not had the pleasure of, but I do know that there is a really easy way to win that game. It's a mech game. It has my interest to begin with. You'll never stop playing BattleTech and other Mech Warrior franchise titles. Even a semi-high tier backer for a mass... Oh, I actually didn't know... I don't know about that last one. Let me actually take a quick minute here and say something. It was really interesting to hear, to cover, or not cover. Hey, Night Valian, good to see you too. And Silvo7, hi there, nice to catch the stream. Usually you're in bed when you're online. Well, I'm glad that in this case, I was a little bit late, so you really got me at a good time, it seems. I do want to take a quick minute here and say, say an interesting perspective, because I actually kind of agree with Ryan Clark on this. So when I watched the last Clark Tank, he talked about Phantom Brigade and the fact that a lot of people were comparing it to Frozen Synapse. And I'll admit, like, I am one of these people who's sort of made this comparison as well. And I think he had sort of said... I don't know if he said he didn't understand. I don't want to... So this is the problem with kind of quoting someone, is that you don't want to misquote them. He, I guess, expressed maybe a bit of doubt as to the comparison with Frozen Synapse. And I'm actually inclined, despite the fact that I am guilty of this, I'm actually kind of inclined to agree with that, because the big thing about Frozen Synapse, if you haven't played it, it's a wonderful independent game by Mode 7 Games. It's not mech-based, so I know I've immediately lost half of the chat already. Oh yes, and thank you very much for sharing the trailer, Viking Brutos. A bunch of people kind of came into chat at the Game Awards and talked about the new trailer, but I was happy to see it, and I'm actually really happy when you guys bring up stuff from the chat in Twitter, because I have a problem in terms of like overall branding. I do some data stuff, I do some streaming stuff, even in the dialogue here, right? We're going to be playing some Phantom Brigade, and we will, but the focus is sometimes off there. So when people give me stuff to react to, it sort of helps me understand what people are interested in. And But I did want to talk for a second about the comparison to Frozen Synapse. So the thing about Frozen Synapse is that you have these really tight windows in which you will have total control over your units, and I believe the all of the action, like there's no random there's no randomness as far as like whether or not something hits. It's purely time to kill. The difference is that in Frozen Synapse, you are working through a problem. So what you can do is you can see the enemy's units, and there's a multiplayer option for the game too. But basically, you're the one who's going to map out what the enemies are doing. And so, you know, you have this game where you're thinking to yourself, what will my opponent do and how will I best reply to that? And so it's a little bit of a poker game that's going on. Whereas Phantom Brigade, you know, the other comparison that I make is Into the Breach, which of course is a game where you have perfect knowledge of what the opponent is going to do, and it depends, you know, you have to come up with a reaction to something that you know is going to happen. There's a little bit of RNG in Into the Breach in the sense that if an enemy attacks a building, it is not always guaranteed to damage it. There's the possibility of it being shielded. But for the most part, there's kind of this puzzle aspect to Into the Breach in the sense that you're working through the problems. And so the comparison is much better in terms of Into the Breach. The reason why I actually think it's still fair to compare Phantom Brigade to Frozen Synapse is that when I talk about Frozen Synapse, a lot of what I talk to people about in that game is setting up this really big play and having it like turn out and then being able to share the replay with people. And to a certain extent, while gameplay-wise, I actually think Phantom Brigade and Frozen Synapse are quite different. I mean, the only thing they share in common is that you're going to be able to move your units around in these tight windows. I actually find a pretty heavy comparison to Frozen Synapse in terms of the things that I find interesting. I would say the hook of the game, except that Clark Tank talks a lot about game hooks, and you know I would be abusing terminology in that case because the audience that will hear me say this is probably a lot more likely to think of something different when I say a hook. But I've definitely noticed that, like, you guys have seen my reactions to this game. I am constantly delighted when I see, you know, the plan like pay off, and in a similar way, that's the feeling that I get in Frozen Synapse. The difference about Frozen Synapse, of course, is that I had to deal with a situation in which there was a great deal of ambiguity, whereas in the case of Phantom Brigade, I know what's up, and I need to sort of construct the world around that. So, continuation of the OG trilogy, and I believe the A-Team is delving in. Can you post to YouTube? Absolutely, Mad King Brutos. Anyway, sorry, I should be advancing time. Right now, we are in the mobile base. So again, there's this is a wonderful game in its own right, and I'm going to spend all the time talking about other games. It's a bit XCOM-ish in the sense that you have this mobile base running around. Now, obviously, XCOM is more than mobile bases running around, but it's the closest shorthand I've got to compare with. But if you want to be performing certain actions, such as, oh, hello, convoy. They are in a tougher region, but I mean, they are headed straight for us, so maybe we'll jump over the border and get ourselves some new toys. So we just finished salvaging. We can start moving the unit now. And yes, let's intercept the convoy. Oh, okay. Looks like they've got some friends. It's a level 5, so I don't know. We're currently in a level 2? No, level 3. So yeah, that defines itself as pretty hard. Let's let's go. Oh no, if they're okay. No, it looks like they're gonna make a move on our territory. So let's just go for something big. Come on, get him. Yeah, well, you know, the funny thing is that I've heard people say synapse. I used to say synapse all the time. developer, I believe, has called the game Frozen Synapse and talks about how people always mispronounce the game title. So I tend to sort of fall on the, on what the I don't know, the last person who sort of wagged their finger at me for saying a certain thing. But I don't know. One day I'll find them. So one of the challenges that I run into is that a lot of the stuff that I'll learn, of course, comes from reading, and reading doesn't give you a pronunciation guide. And then, of course, I have my Canadian accent. And so another one that people always comment on for me is when I say against. Apparently that is an unusual sound. But yeah, sorry for those of you I'm causing stress. You've been waiting for 20 minutes for some combat, so a hostile squad is passing nearby. Our base is now within their sensor range, so moving would reveal our position. But we have the upper hand for now. If we're not prepared to face the enemy, we might be able to execute an emergency retreat, but now could be a good time to strike. Oh, hello. This is new. I don't think there's anything here though other than oh, very hard. Okay. Well, that's fine. Let's see how we handle something that's out of our weight class. Hey, Brace Yourself Games. Is that Maddie's runs the concert? I don't know who it is. Anyways, guys, I have to at the very least do a shout out to Brace Yourself. Maddie, thank you very much, and thank you for the email that I know there's some time back. Thank you for directing me to the right part of the website, because I am a big fan of his stuff, and I think he does these types of games well. I hope you didn't have to deal with too much of my rambling. I definitely take a while to get started. But for those of you who are not following the Brace Yourself account, they have a very active Twitch account. I obviously am not pulling nearly the viewership that they have, so maybe I am disrespecting their key by not having more people in here right now. But this is a very active and well-run Twitch stream. If you want to see the developers play the game, you can. And then, of course, we already talked about the Discord. But there are some wonderful people all based in Vancouver, which I miss so terribly, running that and making these wonderful games. So please be kind to them. Well, I'm happy to be playing. I love Industries of Titan. As soon as I was playing this thing, I have very clearly set myself up for an absolute disaster. I have no idea. This is way too powerful for me to handle. So this'll be character building. Do I have mature language on? Because I have a feeling I'm going to be swearing a whole lot. Yeah, I was going to say, as soon as I played Phantom Brigade, this thing was so up my alley. Like this, I cannot get enough of games like this, so it's absolutely incredible. Okay, so we've got autocannons. So the autocannons, if you take a look at their... this game gives you a bunch of little helpers in terms of how you can plan out your strategies. So I used to rely a lot on sort of moving behind buildings and mountains to get the job done. Clearly, I don't have that capability right now. So the next best thing that I can handle is to sort of triage all the damage that I'm going to be taking. Autocannons, if you take a look at their readout, they've got an optimal firing range of 12 to 24 meters. So I don't have to worry about these guys as much until they get into the close range. Now, these fellows with the cannon, they've got an optimal range of 48 to 99. So while I try and keep these guys at distance, these guys are going to be having, a party taking out my folks. So this autocannon's far away. Autocannon and an autocannon. Okay, so this guy is public enemy number 1 as far as taking out the shots. You just got my work computer frowned on you when you joined because you had mature content. Oh, okay. All right, so let's take a look at how we're going to handle this. Now, there's a couple of things that I have to sort of work to my advantage. I actually think I just got rid of the shields on my very. By the way, you can see all the mech customization here. There's some very fancy color schemes. Don't let anybody tell you that these are anything other than the canonical colors for all of these units. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do something absolutely bananas, but it's going to be awesome. So I think what I'm actually going to try and do here, so my melee unit is completely free, and I think what I should be trying to do at this point is just have them run in and do as much, just cause as much chaos as possible among the tanks. So melee looks incredibly stylish in this game. So let's start them up here. I think this is probably a little optimistic to think that this will be done on time. As this will give me a collision, so you can adjust your angle, but I've never quite been able to, well... Alright, well that'll at least start the attack. I don't think it'll actually... I have doubts as to whether or not this is a useful move, but we'll jump in. Oh, let me get rid of this... Oh, you're a good man, King Brutus. All right. So here's what I think I'm going to do. So we've got some people who are a bit more fragile who are going to be under attack, and I think one of the best things that I can do is just try and get the shield up to sort of deal with the worst of the damage. Again, remembering that I only really need to worry about a subset of these attacks. So I'm kind of letting the melee, I'm going to accept that I'm going to take damage, and the plan here is going to be, I'm going to want to try and take the melee unit and just have them sort of run through and wreck everything. Now, this is unfortunate that they're moving closer to to one of the autocannons. That I think I'm just going to have to live with. One thing that I will do after I work out my game plan with the rest of these guys is to kind of have this person stand in an optimal position and throw up the shield and just try and run interference to everyone else. The other thing that I want to try and do is handle the enemy mechs. Usually, I don't know, the mechs are usually pretty, usually the scarier units that you can go after. So that's going to mean this heavy machine gun. If these things stand and fire, they can do a lot of damage. So you want to be able to handle that. And then number two, of course, if we eliminate these folks, then it should just be a simple cleanup job with the rest of the tanks, especially because we can engage them at long range. So we've got 1 and 2, also heavy machine guns. So we got to see who they're aiming at first. Okay, so they're coming after my shield. And okay, so what I would want to do is sort of start an attack. So I kind of get one little bit of, I get, let's say, one turn of sort of free action before I need to get this person either behind a shield or sort of attacking something else. I think I know how I'm going to handle this now. So let's figure out how I'm going to move this person, or this mech rather. Let's figure out how I'm going to move them. So I'll just put an attack down. We've got a nice long range, so I should be able to... let's find something close. My ideal attack would, of course, be something like this, but... maybe it's... actually, maybe I don't even want to attack. Okay, so if we do something like that, and then we open fire... The problem I have with this is that they're probably going to be on the hill. Yeah, they're on the hill just in time to get hit by the enemy machine gun. So what I'm going to do with this guy instead is I'm going to move them to a defensive position. That still doesn't look very secure. Okay, one last attempt. I got to make sure that I'm not running... Actually, I see a few possibilities here. So the idea here is that it may not be perfect cover from the mountain, but it's gonna... actually, it can be slightly better. So move them down. across. It's a long way to go, but it's defensive. And then the question is there anything in... It's good enough. I gotta get at least something started. So I do open myself up to an attack on this side, but again, it's an autocannon, which is in short range. If you guys have any questions about the game, by the way, please don't hesitate to ask. I like talking about this game a lot, and it's super fun. Okay, now I did say I wanted to bully the. Oh, so I do have a collision on this side. I'm gonna have to deal with that. Oh, everybody hates this guy. I think I'm just gonna have to get used to that. So this is my marksman. This guy can do some pretty heavy damage. Really? Okay. Let's try and start that attack right at the... yeah. And actually, it's maybe worth considering. So I can move him back a little bit just to stop the collision. Can I get him back into position? Nope. So what I'm trying to do with this guy right now is just get him into a spot where he's not going to take as much damage from the bad guys. Okay. So I want to be standing when I fire the marksman weapon, but if I can hold behind some... you know what? Too complicated. And I'm still moving. That's not good. Sorry, this is definitely bordering on obsessive, but you know what? This will be a learning experience. I also think I might have just messed up the aim there. It's on a bit of an angle on the hill, unfortunately, so... Okay, let's recalibrate this. I shouldn't have messed with the plan. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I think the tilt is sort of messing with my... Okay, so that's fine. Now, there's a small concern in that I might wind up getting the tail end of that machine gun fire, but I have a couple of solutions for that. You play this way smarter than I do. So what is... actually, here's a better question for you, Brace Yourself. What is your... what's your favorite... Or sorry, do you prefer Brace Yourself or Maddie? What is your preferred mech, let's say? Or your preferred... You know what? The melee was always sort of an optimistic run, so let's try and do something... Oh, you know what? I feel like there are some other opportunities here. So if I just, like, march up into the... No, we still collide. I can actually ask that to chat in general, but I know not all of you have played the game, so this might be a loaded question. Although I still think you all should go and buy this. Okay. I'm just trying to think of the best way that I can get this unit. So I was thinking maybe I could do something and just have the melee unit come in and rip apart the machine gunners, because these things are garbage at short range, but they're going to be covered by this autocannon when the time comes. So the problem I have right now is just trying to not have my two... I'm trying not to have my two mechs collide. So I hate having a melee unit sort of stand around like this, but please tell me that's not the long range. Yeah, you know what? It pains me to do this. I think this is just going to be purely about positioning this round. So we'll sit and wait for the attack. And then we're going to run up as close as we can. So nothing exciting for the melee unit, but this is going to look very stylish when the time comes. Are you able to take a stance, crouching your mechs? So far as I can tell, no, Mad King Brutus, but some of the stances you can take, which I'm going to be taking advantage of right now, is to put up shields and such. So your abilities are all on the window here. One thing I'll actually say, this game does a really wonderful job of presenting its information. You'll kind of notice that I've been taking advantage of all the little overlays and all the little indicators that the game gives me in terms of what the consequences of my actions are going to be. So right now, you know, if you've ever edited a video, so like I kind of think of this as like Final Cut Pro or Avid the game in some cases, because it's a little bit like messing around with a, you know, nonlinear editing system. So like here, I'm like, okay, well, I want to make sure that my mech doesn't take too much damage after firing its weapon. If I wanted to just fire 2 marksman shots in a row, okay, well, let's say, okay, I really hate this tank over here. Well, notice it starts going all kind of gray, and this is because my mech is overheating. I'm not actually going to be able to fire this weapon more than once this turn. Now, I could use my secondary weapon, but that's a much more shorter range weapon. So really, this guy's kind of intended to be in the back, kind of lobbing shots at the bad guys. So we'll put him behind the mountain to, or it's not much of a mountain, it's a hill. We'll put them in safety for now. So the last thing that I need to do is figure out what I'm doing with my beautiful sort of, we'll call this the captain. And there's a few things that I could do. So number one, if everybody hates them, I could sort of put up the shield and just run them into the tanks and say, you know, yeah, it's not specifically designed for melee, but I can still crush you. One slightly more clever approach that I can take is to sort of anticipate where the attacks are going to be coming from. And with that in mind, I can then sort of run interference. I can kind of keep my shield up from most sources of damage. I know the one person who's going to be doing some damage on me is this unit here. So there's a few different ways that I can approach it. First thing I want to do is make sure that I have a shield up for when this attack comes in. This is going to be sort of the main source of damage that's coming towards this this mech, and I want to make sure that I'm prepared for it. So point the shield at the bad guy. We're still going to take damage from it, but it's not going to be the end of the world. And in fact, one thing that I might want to consider is sort of moving this unit over to the side here. So notice what's happening now, right? Look at how many red lines are now covered by this guy's activity. Actually, this girl, it's Tango, who is Joan Watson. Okay, looks like I've put myself in a little bit of a bind here because it looks like I'm just shy of the space that I need. So I'm going to try something a little exotic. So let's try and find a target to point my shield at. Let's say this guy right here. Now a lot of this is experimental for me, but I want to see if I can get away with this. And then so the idea here is that I'm going to start with my shield up, and that's going to try and absorb all of the red lines that are coming towards my other units. So this unit here is just kind of running interference. Second, we take the shield and we point it towards the machine gunner. And at that point, notice that we do still have some red lines, but they're all over the place, right? So in this case, I don't have that immediate answer that that I had at the start. So I've got one of two options. I can say, okay, let's abandon what I was saying before about prioritizing the mechs, and instead I want this person to come in and start munching tanks. Or what I can do instead, we'll wait until the say that attack starts. So one approach that I could take, we're not going to use the jet. So we could walk up towards the bad guy over here, and we can say, you know, say hello to my little friend and hit him with the shotgun. Or alternatively, we just come stomping in on the bad guys on this end. And one thing that would be nice about that is that I get to sort of take out this long range guy. I get to start hitting on. I start to get hitting some of the short. Actually, no. Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. So we'll move in. It looks like this guy's threatening my shield bearer. Okay. I think I'm gonna take my lumps. So I am gonna sort of take it on the chin here, but in this case I kind of got them in the middle of the fight. So my guys are gonna take a lot of damage. I don't normally do this much in terms of starting up the. I don't normally do this much as starting at the start, but this is probably the hardest mission that I've started with my group here, so I kind of want to see how some of this works out. I'm really sorry for not looking at chat, but I got into this a little bit earlier. So we've got Adelaide J07. Oh my gosh, how did you get yourself into this mission? I volunteered for it. I walked into a convoy thinking that it wouldn't be that hard. Uncle Cranky says Chimera Squad is about the complexity cap for what strategies you're capable. This game is not that hard. I'm making it look a lot more involved because I took on something that's a lot harder. This game will give you complete knowledge of the attack that's coming in. The reason why I'm building up the moment because I really want to see what happens when we hit play. That's like the big highlight of this game. Yeah, we've got a bunch of convoy attacks. Okay, cool. Oh, Adelaide and Nikita, thank you for this wonderful game. So I'm actually just in the level 2. It's like the 3rd province, which is level 2. But this convoy was like sneaking around the edge, and I wasn't sure if they were going to be attacking one of my cities. So I've wound up going after a level 5 with a squad that's clearly not ready to go. So at this point, I just want to see how much damage I wind up taking from my consequences. We now have a fair number of members of the development team. So everybody, please say thank you to the team for this wonderful game, and you've got at least one buyer in chat, I think. But we're now going to show you the reason why you play this game, which is to hit the execute button and watch the magic happen. So he took a bit more damage than I was expecting, but okay, so what's everybody looking like damage-wise? So my snipers, okay, untouched. Yeah, this guy didn't take too much. They're going to be finishing their shots. However, I might want to be careful that I'm not... yeah, my melee unit's in a little bit of trouble there. Oh, this game is wonderful. I have felt very self-conscious about the fact that I talk about being given a promotional key for this because I have been ranting about it constantly since start. In fact, it's in one sense, not that I'm like a massive influencer or anything like that. You're probably eating Industries of Titan's lunch because this game is perfect for me, and I probably would have been playing Industries of Titan for the rest of my life had this game not come by. And then now I have this excruciating moment of like, oh, do I do Phantom Brigade or Industries of Titan, which is a wonderful point for me to be in. But you guys you've made like. Number one, I was astonished at how good this game was out of the start, like out of the gate. Obviously, early access can kind of mean different things to different people, but I've been having the time of my life with this thing. So play both 24-hour stream. Okay, so let's just take a second here. So actually, you know, before I start like going into the one thing I do want to see is how much damage this guy took. Yeah, so this is just the start of the shotgun hit. That's not going to mean a whole lot. What I should probably do is just sort of look at the overall situation, regardless of what unit selected. So again, where are all the scary red lines going? Okay. So yeah, I have a little bit of a dilemma here in the sense that I'm not sure if I want to just have each member of the squad sort of distribute themselves in the battlefield and sort of force the enemy to make some hard choices in terms of who they attack, or if I want to concentrate everyone and be able to sort of put all this up on my shield. I think the first thing I want to do, though, is see how quickly I can get my melee. So they're just sitting and waiting. Melee attacks in this game look incredibly stylish, so it's... Okay, I'm a little curious why I can't pick on this fellow. Are they going to be moving? Oh, that's why. Yes, okay. Now, the different heights has always been a tough one for me to deal with. More color saturation for... Is this not saturated enough? I think my mechs look great. I mean, some of these are a little more muted by choice, but that's not the first thing I would have got. But I mean, I guess everybody's got their own tastes. So I'm trying to pick who does the fancy. Oh, I guess I can't put too much precision on the angle. What if we went like really crazy? No. That would have been amazing if we could just thread the needle through that, but so what I went behind him. Oh, above max range. Oh, right. Okay, so if we get a little closer. I really just want to show you guys at least one melee attack. Still out of range. Okay, well the obvious choice here is I need to melee something closer so that I can get in range. I noticed that. So I actually largely misunderstood melee. I think I'm going to wind up tripping over that tank. I am curious though if I just follow through with the melee or if I just trip over this guy. Mind you, that's probably the worst possible place I could have that mistake happen. Well, let's pretend that works and see what happens. Unless someone screams, "No, for the love of God, don't." I mean, this was the plan with the melee guy all along. I keep saying guy, but Ingrid is not a guy. Do it. Okay, excited to see this unfold. Punch attack. Yes. Well, I mean, I kind of want to highlight this person to see what it looks like. Okay, so we're finishing up an attack on this tank and this component. This person's also not really being all that threatened. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move this unit to the... actually, we'll stand and deliver for the rest of the attack. I'm going to move them behind the house just to minimize the damage. Unfortunately, I wind up in the wrong path of the... Oh, hang on. This guy wants to hurt him. Okay. I don't want to be too scared of the tanks, but I also don't want to... Oh, this will be interesting. So if I run... So this guy is better at long range. Okay, I'm kind of roughing this out right now. So, okay, so the building absorbs most but not all of the attack. But then I get a big shot to the back, which is a no-no. So, I don't need to make this complicated. We follow up attack number 1 with attack number 2 at an optimal range. And I wonder if I have enough heat to be able to... Yeah, not even close. So it makes the most sense. I bet you I turned my back, though. Yeah, I turned my back on that incoming shot. Still a little too close to the house. One tank is easy, storm with them is nuts. Yeah. Well, yeah, so the thing that worries me the most about this is the fact that... So I've pretty covered in terms of the house, but I'm not prioritizing this the right way. Because the thing is that if... So I got to make sure this isn't the guy with the regular cannon. Also, so it's possible this is a moot point if he gets taken out by the melee attack. This is the one with the cannon, so this is the one that I would actually want to avoid. This is the one I would want to avoid the attack from. But it occurred to me, I have a small edge. So I'm going to be firing at this guy, so I should still be facing them. And then immediately following that attack... yeah, that may not work. Well, maybe. It's interesting enough that I want to try. And then I wonder if I can do anything... No, we might as well save that for the next turn. So the one thing I don't like about this is that I feel that I'm being a little too reactive. And clearly the only way I'm going to be able to... Clearly the only way I'm going to be able to get to the end of this is by getting a little more active in terms of inflicting pain on the enemy. So I have a very capable marksman. Question is, do I want to use them at the start of the turn? I'd prefer to, because it will give me... it'll give me more of a cooldown. I hope that works. I'm not 100% sure how the cover works in that case, but... Okay, we should dodge the machine gun there. Looks like this combat won't be finished before you leave work. I like to think it's meticulous planning that will result, that will result in supreme victory. Okay, so we've got our melee taken care of. Last thing to do is figure out what I want to do with Tango is the unofficial captain of the team. Now, curiously enough, people seem to be leaving Tango alone, so I'm going to change this up again. So let's make sure I'm not tripping over... Oh, God. Okay, this is going to be character building. All right, you know what? There's a reason shields exist for a reason. We're just going to throw that shield up and we're going to step on it and we're going to see what happens, because I don't really see any other... I really don't see any other solution. So the reason I'm doing this is notice that we've got a pretty great flank on them and we're being covered by the building. So at this point, in fact, I could probably get even... but then I also have somebody also hitting me in the back. Well, that's life. It's a little shy. There's a quote about plans in contact with the enemy. Not important. Exactly. Okay, so we're obviously going to be running really hot, but that's fine. So there's a couple things that I want to see. I want to see what goes on with the melee attack. I want to see if I trip over the tank, and then I want to see if the fact that I put up my shield stops me from tripping over these two other guys. So this will either look amazing, or this is going to be the sort of thing that we should play entry of the Gladiators over, which some of you may recognize as the circus music. But let's hold our breath and hit execute. So watch this guy. Watch this guy. Okay, so he's still standing. Amazing! Oh my god, this game is great! Oh, Jesus. Sorry, I'm sorry if that was slow-mo spacebar. Oh, I had no idea. Thank you so much for letting me know. I'm sorry. I probably just shouted directly into all of your ears. Yeah, now I know that I can use the shield. So the thing is, my first encounter with the collision mechanics was basically two of my units bonking their heads and like just lying completely on their back. I think that was actually last stream. So I've been very cautious of whenever I see that yellow kind of explosion. But on the other hand, right, like this is the whole point. Like the satisfaction of these kinds of games is that you get to see the magic happen, right? So sometimes you don't have to win all the time. Sometimes you just get to see some fancy moves, and in this case, it paid off. So. Thank you very much for the clip, guys. This game is very clippable. I believe there was a comment in the FAQ on the Discord, which again you all should be joining and checking out, that there will be a replay mode added in. Okay, so Tango's in a little bit of trouble. I'm actually just going to focus on her. So again, remember how we were originally going to say it's like, okay, maybe we'll focus down the mechs and we'll use the shield to kind of keep people from taking too much damage. All of that's out the window right now. This is all completely, yes, very much Canadian. However, Brace Yourself Games is a Canadian developer, and so, they don't have anything to apologize for. So, we've got others here. Yeah, actually, I mean, the funny thing is, I used to be based in Vancouver, both for work, but then I also went to UBC for both my undergraduate and graduate. I'm now in Ottawa, and holy smokes, do I miss Vancouver, especially because it was minus 17 today. So I miss rain for Christmas. Okay, but yeah, so what we're going to be working on right now is we're going to try and make sure that Tango doesn't take too much damage, and we do seem to be in this pretty good position as far as being able to do some damage from behind. So one thing that's going to be great here is it does look like we've really angered our machine gun friend over here, which means it's a perfect opportunity for my sniper. Oh, who's in a little bit of trouble. So this will be a nice little opportunity for my sniper to sort of run in, and as this unit sort of turns around to get its shots off on Ingrid, we're going to be able to get that really high damage marksman rifle to hit him in the back. Now, that does mean, however, that we've got two tanks which are kind of on a collision course to be hitting this sniper in sort of the perfect spot. So what I think I'm going to do to handle this situation is we'll get them up, we'll pop them in the back, and then we'll sort of run around the side of the mountain to try and sort of absorb as much of the auto camo damage. Yep, yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't think I have. Let's see if I can access it through the window. By the way, you'll notice a few names. Oh, actually, I'm sorry to make you work while I'm on this, Adelaide Jenkins. One of the things I try, or Adelaide J07. I did have one question, which was when I was looking into this game, I tried to sort of, I go on like Moby Games to see all of the. Here's the Discord link, by the way. Oh, you know what? That's going to open a browser for me, so that's not going to work. The credits that I saw attached to this name would be Kerbal Space Program. Is that true? I didn't actually get to play that much of it, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't incorrectly crediting past experience. Obviously, please do not feel any obligation to answer that, but I was a little curious. Artyom worked on... Okay, my apologies then. Okay, but yeah, if somebody has a link to the Discord in chat, I have bad things happen to the frame rate if I open a browser during the stream. So actually, it's not so much the frame rate as it is the transcoding options. But if somebody wants to put the link to the Discord in, you don't need permissions or anything like that. So. Yeah, 0501. I could definitely recommend, so the Epic Store has a wishlist feature now, so if you would like, I don't know if they do the same notifications that Steam does, but I highly recommend putting the wishlist in, and then as time goes by, you'll either get notified, or I mean, you can also follow the Brace Yourself Twitter and the Discord to find out about updates for the game, but while you're waiting, you can find out when new stuff gets added and just generally make the desire even more. Okay. So again, I want to try and take advantage of the so I just want to make sure that I've got the, yeah. So I want to take advantage of the fact that they're going to be facing behind. Of course, we also have to cool down, so this was going to be a shield turn no matter what. The bigger question for me is if I'm able to have the shield up for both attacks, and I don't think I have enough time units. Yeah. So second best I can hope for is just to throw that shield up a little bit early. How willing am I to take that damage? Tango's got the most damage by far. What is kind of funny about this, though, of course, is that the ally is going to be screaming, "You idiot! What are you doing?" So I don't need to worry about at least some of the damage. I really do want to get the attack in here, so I guess the question is, what source of damage am I more willing to... You know what? I'm actually more willing to get damaged by... Well, no, hang on. If I do this, then it's not going to be an attack to the rear, whereas if I think... Okay, so we can move that up a bit. Okay, so I don't think we're getting hit in the back anymore. We will take a little bit of damage, but nothing too catastrophic. And then... Again, I'm sort of ignoring the danger... Oops. I hope that's not enough heat. Thank you very much for the link there. Time units. I have played the original XCOM, but a very long time. Sorry, did I call it time units or? The funny thing is, as much as I do enjoy old games, I really like modern games because they have all of the nice, they have all the wonderful advantages of, they look like this and they play like this and they have the benefit of, you know, many years of people making mistakes in good games and sometimes mistakes in good games. So it is it's there's a streamer I quite like called Azure Wind. Actually, I should give him a shout out. Probably the best XCOM 2 player I've ever seen. This is the Firaxis XCOM, but he's currently been doing Terror from the Deep. And what I think has been wonderful about that experience has been seeing him just like somebody who is very good at games, like to a level where I feel quite envious, and to see him scream at the monitor a couple times. Okay, so it's pretty clear that, sorry, I'm not explaining the strategy. So I want to run behind this hill to sort of avoid any incoming damage. As far as the rest of my team is concerned, like Foxtrot hasn't taken any damage, Polaris hasn't really taken any damage, so we're generally in good shape. But of course, the reason they haven't been taking the damage is we have been not too bad with placement. So the big problem I have right now is that it's all well and good for me to want to try and attack these units, but I do need to, I do actually need to be a little thoughtful in terms of, like, I can start the attack, but if I'm going to be shooting into the mountain the whole time, well, I'm really just doing the same thing I'm taking advantage of for the enemy. So here we'll run around the edge like that. There we go. Wonderful. Oh yeah, it's wonderful. Actually, what was great about it was I played, I don't know if it was like a demo or exactly what it was, but it was like in this CD. So like there's a clearance section at Chapters, which for those of you who are not Canadian is a Canadian book chain. And they had like one of these books where like they had a big CD of a whole bunch of like old games. And the first time I experienced XCOM was through something like that. And it had nothing even remotely resembling a manual, and I was really, really young when I was playing it. So I had no clue what was going on, but it was an incredibly compelling experience. Okay, that's going to shoot into the side of a mountain, and I don't quite have the range to make that work. If I walk in a little close. Okay, now he's going to want to eat me, so let's... hate to spoil the mood. You're finishing work. You'll be back in about an hour and a half. Okay, have a great one, Mad King Brutus. Thanks a lot for stopping by. There will be a VOD for you to enjoy when the time comes. All right, so the problem I'm trying to deal with Foxtrot at the moment is I would like to be able to do as much damage as possible. But I do have... Well, no, actually, this isn't as complicated as I'm making it out to be. I can just keep them in the same position, and I just need to pick who I want to take the shots on. So, unfortunately, this domicile is going to be getting the worst of the cannon fire. But as far as I'm concerned with this guy, so we're running around the edge. They're sort of protected from any attacks. I'm going to be sort of flanking this unit, which is kind of already getting some damage. And then we're going to switch our attention to this unit over here, so... Thank you, Mad King Brutus. I don't know how many confirmed buyers we've got out of that, but I know I'm not going to be paying anybody's salaries out of covering this, but I'm incredibly happy to see, well, one, games that I enjoy, but number two, Canadian games get the support. Assuming Brace Yourself considers themselves a I mean, it's located in Canada, but I know it feels like it feels like Ryan Clark kind of knows everyone and is very good at acquiring talent. So, okay, so the plan for the marksman here was to get a shot at this guy on the back, and then we had problem number 2, which was okay, so when are they going to be in position is the better question. Okay, so I gotta, at the 1 second mark is where I want to be able to take the shot. Assuming I can't take the shot from here. So yeah, that's just slightly out of the range. So I think we're gonna say nuts to the damage. How far can I move in 1 second? Okay, so let's make sure that works. Yeah, so they turn to shoot and they get hit in the back by the marksman, who conveniently is Polaris, so the gender matches the name of the weapon. That's why we're the Indie Katamari. I've heard that term once before, but I don't think I ever knew that that was brace yourself. All right, let me... sorry, I'm really bad with the chat interact. So this is the one problem about doing games like this, is that because they're really up my alley, I'm really bad at the chat interaction component when I'm like really in... I'm really inside the the engagement. So we've got the shot that we wanted. So this guy's going to need some time to cool off anyway. And I think what we said we were going to do was sort of move around the edge as far behind the mountain as we could get. Now, this is not entirely optimal because there's a pretty clear shot. Well, you know what? It'll probably still do the trick. And we are sort of in this nice little corner. The one thing I don't like about this is that when the time comes to let the big gun sound again, we're not really in a good position to make it happen. But I think at that point I basically need to decide, like, well, you know, how much do I want to commit to this mech's protection? Do I want to say, you know, we'll hide in a less than optimal... Well, you know what? This at least keeps me a little bit closer to go back up the mountain when the time comes. I could try and do... Oh, this might be interesting. Well, no, because if I think the attack's not going to work for them, then it's not going to work for me, so I just wind up generating heat unnecessarily. Yeah, I think we'll leave it be. And then hopefully we'll be able to make good time in going up the mountain. And depending on what happens on this side, maybe I'm not interested in taking these guys out anymore. Maybe I want this unit to sneak around the edge and start taking out some tanks on the other end here. The one challenge we do have is that for all the cool moves we've done, we don't actually have anything... Like, we haven't actually taken any bad guys off the board. The big cannon has been temporarily silenced. So I wonder if I can just go straight into another melee attack. So we do one of those. So these two theoretically get taken care of. This really opens me up for some other attacks. Hey, thank you very much for the follow, brace yourself. Oh, but then we cook ourselves. Okay. So the one reason why I'm doing that particular attack is to... And Adelaide, thank you very much for the... Thank you very much for that follow as well. By the way, this is one thing that I didn't notice. I believe these little slivers here are sort of giving an overall indication of heat, which I really like. You know, I was saying this before about how good the game is at presenting certain bits of information when you need them. Okay, so I can't afford to run my jets any further. I am curious, so if I just stride across the battlefield, having just done a number of very cool attacks. Ooh, yeah, they really want my blood. Okay, so I was obviously a little hopeful at... I don't think that's going to work. Yeah, that's a collision. So we're putting a tighter angle on this move here, and that's so that I can have a little bit more room to maneuver to get out of trouble. So we run over here. They still get a clear shot with that machine gun on me as I've got my back turned, though, so that may not be the done thing. Okay, let's go back to the drawing board. So obviously, my ability to change the angle on the attack is that's a pretty significant benefit. Oh, actually, you know what? This doesn't need to be complicated at all. So we run through this. So this might be an interesting question. So why do I do it this way, right? I've got people who are busy attacking me. I've got a machine gun I need to worry about. Why am I walking here? Well, because this unit's not going to be firing at anybody. So while this guy is shooting into their back, this machine gunner is now ripping into the back of the unit that just got hit with the marksman rifle in the back. Now, does this have an answer for this unit over here? Not really. I mean, maybe one of the houses, but I'm not going to rely on those for cover too much. But it's an autocannon, so it's not exactly the most threatening attack. What about the other thing that's coming after them? Well, we've got this unit. This has also got an autocannon. So while I don't exactly want to be reckless in terms of the damage, the autocannons are the least of my concerns right now. So as far as the setup's concerned, I'm doing a little bit less with the marksmen than I really wanted, but they're relatively safe. You know, Foxtrot kind of needed to stay behind cover for a little bit. So the one criticism I have about this particular move is that in order to keep them safe, I'm not taking advantage of the attack. So my kind of feeling about mechs are that if you are at 0 heat and you're not doing something to generate heat, you're basically wasting the unit. What you want to be doing is either generating heat or cooling it down, and that sort of indicates that you're doing something desirable. But I make this exception because this is a close-range autocannon, so this is the sort of thing that can actually really ruin their day. So they're kind of getting at the edge. We're relying on the cover from the building, and we're relying on the terrain to give us the advantage. We sort of already talked about what's going on with the melee unit. So the melee units, in addition to doing attacks, are really designed to get them out of trouble, and we're taking advantage of the fact that hopefully, if this thing doesn't get taken down, they're going to be shooting into their buddy's back. And then I think we already talked about the marksmen, where they really only get one shot a turn, it sort of feels like, practically just in terms of getting into position and whatnot. But we're also hiding them in the corner. So hopefully we're going to be able to see some enemy units get taken down, and I get to hit the space bar to slow things down, as was kindly suggested in chat. So we hit space. Glorious. All right, I want to see how this turns out first of all. Sorry, I know I... Okay, speed it up a little bit. That's amazing. Okay, we got there just for the hit in the back. Little time control that falls up over the... Oh, cool. So you can speed it up a bit. I'm actually going to see... I'm sorry to make this an excruciating speed. I really hope that's the shield taking damage. Yes. Okay. Looks like this guy didn't get hit by his comrade. I guess there was too much of a height difference there. I actually really like seeing this in slow motion, so... numpad minus hides the UI. Oh, great. So this is... Yeah, so when I want to put together a... like open up a new save and just put together some amazing highlight reels. This will be it. This guy is still standing. Yeah, and just as predicted, he's getting hit. I just got ripped apart, though. We're going to lose the arm. That is the first part that I've lost on a mech, and that's a pretty devastating loss for my melee unit. So, all right, well... We gave it a shot. Unfortunately, that proved very costly. Okay, so let's take a minute here and see where everybody's sitting. So this unit's still standing. This unit is in danger, but not out. Just a flesh wound. Okay, disabled. Oh, did we really not take anybody out? Okay, I'm in trouble. Yeah, that was fun to do, but I have some pretty serious problems to deal with now. So we're gonna keep Kilo in the fight. I think I still have another sword, but I'm pretty sure that's a good sword that I just lost. So Let's see where that shield's directed. I think it shows you where it's directed. There's usually a pointer. Yeah, this is a bit ambiguous just because this is an ideal spot for... Yeah, this is an ideal spot for the wounded warrior. Oh, wow, that's such a long range. Okay. I want to say safety first, but I actually still need to be doing some damage to people, so... Well, I can dash if I need to go somewhere fast. Okay, before I make any moves, let's just see where we're at. So, this is the lower body. It's also less likely that we're going to be doing damage here. I'm really surprised that this mech has not taken more damage given the number of hits to the back that we've given them. So I think we're going to take some heat damage because I was a bit careless there. So I'm definitely going to need to put the shield up for a bit. I think, though, I think we should probably just focus on... I think we should focus on taking this unit out. So who do they hate? Says they're attacking someone. It feels like the two mechs I don't actually... I know that they're attacking, but I don't know who they're attacking. So it's just a cooldown move. We'll run through this. And I'll try and close the distance a little bit. The hope here is that before... So this attack starts at the 3.5 second mark. So if we can get... Oh, we're just hitting the edge. So of course, if they turn around and start their own attack, then Tango's going to take some damage. Now again, we're hitting the edge of... Oh, yep, that's exactly who they're attacking. So with that in mind... Okay, so I gotta be a little more precise on the timings. That's 3.5. So the attack starts a little before 2.5, and it ends at the... Yeah, so it ends just before they do the strike. I'm pretty sure I had this on the right person, but I want to make sure. The shield is getting a little ropey, so we'll... I think I'm going to try and take advantage of the terrain to mitigate some of the damage. I'm also going to try and get into position to do something to this guy. So one sort of escape that I have in terms of doing some damage to this unit is I can... I mean, it's possible that they'll eject soon as well. But one thing that I could do is I could just wait out after they put up the shield, and then I'd have a clear idea in terms of where I want to be for the attack. The only thing is I really did not plan... I wasn't even thinking when I equipped the heavy... Actually... that's probably a little too optimistic. This isn't, though, because there's a big house sitting in the way. So I'm gonna rely on the full faith and credit of whoever constructed this thing. So yeah, my melee unit is now entirely focused on long range attacks. I do need to be careful about this particular attack though, because I don't think I have a best reply to that. So if I try and run behind the mount, I probably have to pick one or the other. I don't think I can safely run away. Yeah. It's a second best, but it'll have to do for now. Who else can I make sad? Well, we can keep trying to go on this guy, I guess. That's 2 attacks on the same unit. They may not... They could still survive it, but I don't know, I can feel a little more optimistic about it, I guess. Okay, so we've locked in the moves for Tango, who's going to take a little heat damage. I still have some stuff to do with Kilo. Actually, Kilo can basically afford to just keep firing her weapon at anything she feels like. Now, the big question is, can this building survive 2 cannon blasts? That's maybe a little more of a doubtful proposition. So if I move like that, looks like I'm going to be able to do something on... Okay. Now, obviously, I'm going to need to make sure that my marksman's out of position. So I think at this point, it's fairly clear to say that we're going to have to cede this ground to the enemy. I don't see any possible... If I had my melee unit, we could maybe imagine some fancy moves kind of helping us out on this side. But at this point here, I need to get my marksman out of play, out of the danger zone, and I need to set them up in a spot where they can sort of bring the fight to the bad guys. Okay, so that looks like a pretty tasty target. Really? I can afford to get a bit closer, I think. Okay, so who hates this guy? This unit will probably be alive for that. But he's pretty much fresh, and we're clearly going to be spending a lot of time in repairs, so... I wouldn't have thought that it would be this ineffective, but... and maybe as a... So part of this is about, well, again, we're kind of going around in a little bit of a loop, but this is also for a later setup on one of these attacks. On the edge of the seat, curious to see the... You're on the edge. I want to see how this battle turns out. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely trying some new stuff here. But it's been a lot of fun. What's neat... So I think I'm running into this really bad habit where I take on too many challenges that I'm not quite capable of... where I take on too many challenges that are below my level, because obviously it feels... I mean, you don't play a mech game so that you can feel powerless. You play a mech game so you can feel like you're just bashing everything and winning. You know, I've probably been taking on a few... I've probably not been taking on as many difficult challenges as I should. I think I'm in the wrong spot for that particular attack. I was really hoping I could get one last cheeky shot on this guy here. But yeah, so I'm getting the impression that I've probably been playing some of the easier stuff for a bit too long, and that you know, I'm now actually having to sort of reconsider. I used to rely way too much on just buildings to sort of keep my units from taking any damage. So this is sort of, because there's just so many units, it's been really interesting to see how I went from this original idea where I was like, okay, I'll just throw up the shield and and ignore all the enemies, to now everybody sort of running around doing their own thing. And it's really fun. Like, I'm definitely really interested in seeing where this all turns out. Okay, so again, just because I can see how quickly things can fall apart with a melee unit, I think I am going to be a little cautious with this guy. It seems to me that I have a few options depending on what their reply is from this spot. So if they decide to attack me from this end, then I get to run around and poke them here. And if they decide to commit on the other side, then I run around and poke them at the edge. So marksman is no longer just sitting and sniping. Melee has now become... Right. Oh, you know what? The one thing I haven't done... Nobody's figured out what they want to do with this unit. And you know what? I'm actually okay with that. We can save them for next turn because they're not hurting anyone. And I have a few fires to put out. So I think we're going to take... I don't have any like I don't have like a play where I really want to see how this turns out. So I'm going to take a nice wide perspective and do it at the normal speed. But I give myself the option of hitting slow-mo. Okay, looks like he's down. Okay, so let's see what the Butcher's Bill is here. Okay, so they are going to be delivering an attack. Oh, that's going to be a hard one. So they're attacking right at the start, so... Oh, Jesus. How much damage do I want to take? This is 100% the "I'll save you" moment. Oh, it's too close. I really want to be hitting the lower body there, but I don't think there's a feasible way for the lower body attack to work. Let's focus on what we've got right now. Okay, so this guy is knocked down but not out, so I'm going to have to deal with them next. We did at least take out... Okay, so 2 tanks down. And there's a couple that are in really rough shape. This one's going to be sort of splattered on the ground for a little bit. And looks like they are committing on the right-hand side, which actually gives me a bit of an advantage over here. So we can move up like this. That's just kind of a free attack to start off with. I kind of feel like I should just be constantly moving during this. So we know that they're committed on this side. This basically, Foxtrot has to be my my sort of free agent running around causing trouble wherever they can. I am a bit lucky that this... So like this was the effect of the melee. Oh, hang on. This isn't the one with the long cannon. This is the one with the long cannon. So who are they making sad? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So yeah, Foxtrot is definitely going to be the hero here through kind of clearing out all the trouble. Okay, so we still get a clear hit. We're obviously not able to get them... We're obviously not able to get them in the... They're not going to be able to do anything about the immediate threat to Kilo. I do think I'm going to have to accept the heat damage just to avoid the worst of the retaliation, but no, I do wind up tripping into my own guy there. Okay, I'll work out Kilo's escape strategy a little bit later. Hey, Apocalypse! Actually, sorry guys. I know you all want to see the... I also think I didn't give Night Valian... I wanted to tell you about a couple of really good streamers. So Apocalypse very kindly invited me on her Pointless Discord podcast with It Is D-Pain. I don't want to call Apocalypse a visual novel only streamer because I actually originally found her through Chimera Squad. But certainly has I would say, a claim to fame as someone who did a wonderful job with I Love You, Colonel Sanders. Is about the only person who plays Teamfight Tactics who makes the game seem interesting to me. No disrespect to Teamfight Tactics, it's not quite my thing. I already did my time in Dota, so the auto battler hasn't quite caught my attention the way that it has for everyone else, it seems. But wonderful broadcaster, and I'm always happy to have inside the channel. And then you've already seen Night Valian inside of the channel, but I did forget to give him his shout out a little bit earlier. Night Valian is a streamer I just recently found playing Kit Fox's Lucifer Within Us, which was a lot of fun. And Kit Fox, of course, being another Canadian development studio and publisher. But he has been doing Monster Sanctuary most recently, and just an incredibly friendly Brazilian streamer who is actually, for those of you who always keep saying, you're always signing off when I'm getting ready to watch your stream, he is the streamer for you. He streams quite late, so I've actually probably wound up with too many late nights enjoying his broadcasts. Okay, so I neglected the heat that this unit was generating, I think because Polaris is relatively fresh. I think I'm actually just going to stand them up and get them to, they'll take it like a man, and we'll take our perch again. So that should hopefully clear out the other trooper. They really are. It was Victoria. So Victoria's obviously within her sloth now, but in addition to tossing me a key for, I think 6 Ages was the first one that she got in touch with me with. But she actually was kind enough to give me some data from Kit Fox that wound up turning into an article that was more popular than I thought it was going to be. So in addition to that, they were willing to have this complete stranger look at their sensitive data and try and do some funny things with it. So I would say, I don't know, it's like the ultimate version of modding, right? Apparently I don't want to be messing around with the internals of the game. I want to be messing around with the internals of the studio's finances. That's the worst possible way I could have put that. But they're obviously a very gifted... You know what? I never noticed. This is talking about optimal range, isn't it? So we can test that by looking at the cannon. Oh, but the cannon doesn't show me the cone. But yeah, they're really wonderful. It's less that you sign off as you come in, that your stream schedule aligns with you. But you also have your own broadcast to work with too, Uncle Cranky. So I'm particularly glad that you're back in work, because I know that was a point of real stress for you. And I mean, obviously, given the state of the world at the time that happened, I'm much more concerned about your overall well-being. Visual novels may become more your brand. So, well, you're just waiting for Boyfriend Dungeon now. Okay. Sorry, I still want to be focusing on Phantom Brigade, but as you might notice, I've been sort of testing around a few ideas and seeing how they work. So the biggest question for me right now is, what's the best thing for me to do with this unit when they're done shooting? Because they're still kind of a sitting duck. And I definitely learned the lesson. I mean, they're going to get a shot in the back, unfortunately, unless Foxtrot winds up saving the day. Well, maybe I just accept the world as it is, and I just set myself up for the next shot afterwards. I have some very clear plans about how I'm going to engage with that game, but it's It's a secret. Okay. So again, I have a dilemma with this one. So there's a side of me that says, okay, so I want to try and hit him in the back here, but it's possible that the kind of the territory in the way is gonna create too many problems. Okay. This will be the Hail Mary, I save you moment. This autocannon is not a threat. This marksman is going to be shooting... Yeah, it's going to be shooting this unit, which will hopefully take it to... Well... So here's the interesting question. What part do I think is going to take this is going to be taken down by this? I don't actually have a very good answer for that. So, here's what I'm going to do instead. They're going to start an attack on me here. So if I just move in closer... Can't be too close, otherwise my shotgun's not going to be that effective. Oh, but I gotta be careful, because then I'm gonna lose my cover from the building. So wait for the attack. Move up closer like this. Yeah, it's still... Okay, then I guess we go on the hill. So ideally I do this as close as possible, so... And then I get to throw up the shield for protection, just in case. And at that point, I actually think it wouldn't be a terrible idea for me to start, like, moving more aggressive... Oh, gotta do the weight. Okay, so... You know, I keep calling Tango sort of the captain. So as you can see, this is the unit that's sort of been setting up most of the play. So the idea here is that this is hopefully going to try and do something to mitigate the heavy machine gun attack that's going to be taking out Kilo. This is the same attack that wound up ripping off their arms. So we want to be really careful about that one. If they get taken out on the legs, there's just nothing left for that unit. So, you know, I'm taking a chance with a shotgun to try and somehow interfere with the attack that's about to happen. I also want to see if we're able to take out this trooper. It also looks like they're close to concussion. Oh, actually, hang on. This bar indicates how much concussive damage the pilot has sustained in this battle. So when the damage reaches... Okay, so the damage is nowhere near the concussive damage. So at this point here, I'm really just hitting him in the back and hoping for the best. We're, of course, mixing that with the... marksman rifle, which I'm maybe a little more doubtful about, but I'm willing to live with it. Foxtrot, of course, we already said we've got them in position to sort of try and make whatever plays they can. The last thing I could try and do would be to is maybe one more hit with the rifle. The question, of course, is what unit do I really want to attack with that? I'm going to be generating a lot of heat, so I think in this case it's probably better for me just to stay put for now. Which, of course, leaves the final question of, where do I want to be putting my unit that's in danger? I could try and dash off to the side like this. And then maybe hope for the best in terms of walking around to the mountain. The problem is that when you take a look at the amount of time, that's basically the full duration of the machine gun attack, where I'm absorbing that. I mean, one thing I could sort of say is that we accept the fact that there's going to be machine gun damage and we just run in as close as we possibly can. That strikes me as the least appealing of the options, simply because there's going to be a shotgun coming in there. I could try and run over the mountain, but again, that's damage to the back that I wind up taking, which technically is probably also what I wind up taking if I do this dash. Okay, so if we do something like this, Yeah, that suddenly becomes damage to the back, and we we complete the move right around the time that the damage stops. So there's really no good options here. I mean, there's ejecting, but that's the coward's way out. Try and get our revenge. Yeah, I'm kind of out of ideas on this one. I'm really just trying to get them. I'm really just trying to minimize the sources of damage. And there's a small argument because it's a machine gun that's coming after us. It's got the optimal range of 3957, where I just try and get in as close as possible and make the damage as minimize the damage as much as possible. I just don't really think that that's going to accomplish what I think it does. So. Let's see. I don't know. I am going to go for slow motion because I really want to see what happens on this side of the map. So let's see the magic happen. Run! Leave my friend alone. And they get knocked down. Yes! The great escape. He's down? Okay. Got quite a flair to his movement there. Sorry about the treat. So Foxtrot's doing his work over here. So putting up the shield, but there's no threat. I believe I just got hit by friendly fire. We're repaying our noble friend's protection with friendly fire. Okay, this is probably the most happy I've been as far as an outcome is concerned. That was so fantastic to see that thing get knocked over. So this guy's about to eject. This guy is getting ready to surrender. This one's still live and ready to hit my marksman. The tank, both of those tanks got taken out. This one's still alive and well. This one should be down. Yep, their pilot got knocked out. So we do need to sort of refactor some of our decisions. But the most obvious task right now, this guy's going to put their shield up. It's pretty clear that I want to smack him in the back with the shotgun again. I mean, my other alternative would be actually. Hang on, let's see where the attacks are going. Well, there might be some other alternatives. One thing I'm a little worried about is leaving this guy. So I've left the mechs alone at my peril. But given where Tango is, this is actually a rare opportunity for me to get a nice clear shot on this autocannon unit, and of course the building's no longer providing cover. So maybe I just want to end their nonsense once and for all. It's a little too aggressive. Yeah. Yeah, I actually tried to do that, Night Valian, but unfortunately I was a little too optimistic about how that would work, and I wound up losing the sword arm, so... but I also probably didn't respect the height differences enough for that to be a viable strategy, but Adelaide definitely definitely is the authority on that ability, so... Actually, it occurred to me I didn't do the credits at the start of the stream, so for those of you who want to see the magicians responsible for this this work, stick around for the end. I'm not just trying to get concurrent views out of that. I am... I will definitely make sure that you you get to see all the people responsible. Okay, what's the range on the short? Okay, I think there's a way that I can manipulate this to work for me. So again, we're going to take advantage of the... hill. Well, they're clearly not in the right spot for that. So, I mean, we both kind of get to shoot at each other at the... I think we actually have the same optimal range too, 24 to 39. 12 to 24. Okay, so... Actually, with that in mind, that gives me an even better excuse. So, I suppose my other alternative would be to get the marksman to... Ooh. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Surprise! Okay, so let's see if this unit's attacking anything. They are, but they're going straight into... Okay, well, they're going straight into the side of the hill then, so as much as it... Like, it's not the most exciting choice to kind of let Foxtrot just run around the edge of everything like this, but it is sort of the... It is the appropriate choice. So on the odd chance that these guys are not quite done their shenanigans... Okay, so... Small argument for me to open up that next shot on this unit. And then I suppose Kilo is sort of out of things to do. So they could be helping out on this side of things. What I'm going to do, it's possible that the shield's going to be up, so I want to be a little careful in terms of how I handle this. But I think they're just going to stand and deliver. So this is running from, so about 0.3 it looks like, to 1.3. Okay, so if there is going to be some shield, it's going to be just at the tail end of those attacks. Shield comes down at the, let's say the 3-second mark, just for some safety. I wonder if I can get away with... I think I could just keep constantly firing this thing. Well, not exactly, but... and nobody's threatening them, so we'll... Again, this is just kind of... We may wind up losing out on some scrap if I'm overzealous here, but... I think I can live with that. And I suppose... I know I'm not able to do another shotgun shot, so I suppose we just need to see whether or not we can successfully take out this this unit. So this will probably be a normal speed run. Okay, so they just went off the side. Looks like we didn't... So we delivered 1 kill, but looks like... Ooh, there's going to be some excitement happening here. This guy got killed. Looks like these guys are going to crash for some reason. Or maybe they already have crashed. Either way, Foxtrot's going to be able to come in and mop them up. They really hate the marksman. Okay, well, probably no surprises there that the machine gunners... Oh, hang on. No, the machine gunner wants the marksman. That's going to be a really interesting problem to solve, because I'm running hot after... Oh, clever. Very clever. Yeah, I have no way of really escaping that damage. Okay, well, we know what this gentleman's gonna do. So I say gentleman, it's Tango. Tango is not a gentleman. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to take advantage of the fact that this unit's not really doing anything, and we're just going to open up with the pistol as often as we can. They are starting to move just outside of the optimal range, but... So yeah, I guess there's not a whole lot for me to do here. I guess my next best is to... I guess basically just go back to the same position and get the coup de grace on the tank. So I think it's just going to be the mech that's sitting... Oh no, hang on. Foxtrots on their own. I think at this point... Oh, that's what I get for... I'm just trying to cross the distance as quickly as I can. That's cool that you can jet up a mountain, though. I didn't... well, again, it's not exactly a mountain. It's a hill. Sorry, I know we're near the end of this thing. All right. This is mostly just to try and do the shortest distance possible so that I can bring Foxtrot in. I might be shooting the side of a hill, but at least gets him started in the fight. Okay, so my worry right now is that Polaris is going to take a bunch of damage off of the heavy machine gun. I really don't have any good answers for that, though. So the rest of it here, we're going to do what we can to take this trooper out. We've already got Kilo sort of doing some heavy shots. Foxtrot's going to come in to do some mop-up duty. I expect that Tango's going to take out this tank, and hopefully the marksman rifle will be sufficient. But in any case, this is not going to be a threat to us this turn. They also have an autocannon, so we can afford to engage it at long range. The big threat right now is this trooper with the heavy machine gun, so I kind of want to see what happens there. And he rips my guy apart. All right, well, that's the mission. Okay, I know I lost a few of you over that, but I know that was a ridiculously long time on spending that mission, but that was definitely a lot stronger than what we are accustomed to coming after. And that was a lot of fun to play. Thank you, Adelaide. I think you're the one responsible for the conditions that allowed me to to win. So, well, you and the team. Congratulations on your decisive victory. You may see hope rise in this region, and you can now salvage the battle site. Duration 35 seconds, damage taken 1,165, damage inflicted 7,610, no units lost, no subsystems detected on site, 130 actions planned, 1.162, well, sorry, if I'm going to say 162, I should just say 1,162 meters, about 1.2 kilometers, rounding up. 7 units destroyed, no parts detected on site, 318 supplies detected on site, so there's at least going to be some parts left of this mech. Missing arm. Oh, I don't know if I've done much with sensors. Ah, Nox M. Okay, we might actually have some use for this one. I think somebody was asking about scraps and customization, so definitely you're able to loot your enemies. You may dispatch a salvage team on the site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. Clearly, that is the reason why we went here in the first place. So let's take a minute here and get some repairs in. Oh, so you don't lose the... It looks like you don't lose the weapon that when you get your arm taken off. That's actually really good news. So repairs for everyone. As you can see, Foxtrot was doing quite well for themselves. The behemoth isn't really a behemoth anymore. That was my attempt at making sort of the biggest, heaviest, scariest tank, and it didn't really pan out. It just wasn't maneuverable enough. So, but yeah, we'll do some repairs. The repairs will take about as long as the salvage, so there's no reason not to. The worry, of course, is that we're reasonably close to where the bad guys were last time, so we'll have to keep an eye on whether or not there's any danger. Now's not a bad time. I'm going to enjoy a pierogi. They're probably ice cold now that I've spent that time on that battle. But does anybody have any questions about the game or thoughts? All right, so we can go to the farm, which is level 3. We can go Sierra 55, which is a barracks. Okay, so everything's the same level. I'm most inclined to go for the farm just because I think the way that I'm thinking right now, I do want to sort of maximize my sensor coverage. So if I take out the farm here, and then we go back sort of in the territory, then when we cross the border, we've already got a scan. There's going to be a little bit of a blind spot up here, but we've sort of got the scan out to the farm. We've gone through, and then when we start heading up here, there's almost certainly going to be something in this area that we'll want to scan later. But basically, I'm not going to be duplicating a lot of my sensor coverage. Whether or not, the efficient use of time is that important, I'm not really sure, but it makes me feel better. So let's see how this goes. Oh, hello, convoy. I think we'll just do our assault first. You can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Ah, you know what? I am gonna have to wait the 6 hours to salvage it, though. That's life. Suit up. Okay. Now, they did mention some squad management. Oh, no, I'm totally fine with what the game's generated, though, so that's not inside here. My apologies. Wrong button. Oh, it's right, the briefing now. Yeah, I actually don't think so I don't really have any new mechs that I want to deploy. I'm happy with the current setup. I think at this point we just need to get some people some more experience and not lose body parts. Hopefully you'll get to see a whole bunch of really stylish attacks by the end of things. What a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. There's the bad guy speaking. Okay, so we've got a sniper rifle on the trooper, but they are starting with their heavy handgun, which I believe the heavy handgun also has a ridiculously long range. Yeah, 48 to 63. So probably the answer for this unit is to get in close. Well, okay, so both of these are fairly long range units. That works to my advantage. We are a little surrounded, and I think based on those comms, it doesn't look like there's going to be any reinforcements. Doesn't say so over here. So maybe what I want to do is direct the squad's attention to taking these two out first. Yes, I was going to say, well, I wasn't sure if I just hadn't done it, but what Adelaide's referring to in the chat is with the new update, Mechan at Work. I think you said it was 2 new maps, 2 new shields. Of course, we... oh, you know what? We might have found one of the new shields, and I just didn't bother looking at the loot. But I already like this map because there's lots of concrete to get in the way of the enemy attacks. So let's say I want to take advantage of sort of a numerical advantage and sort of eat these guys over on the side here. Let's see what I'm ignoring. So long range, and a heavy machine gun and shield. So there's 2 really appealing features of ganging up on these 2 units here, which is number 1, if I attack these folks, I'm going to be running across an open field against weapons that are most efficient at long range, as opposed to running behind the concrete barrier and slapping around the bad guys. This tank's going to be a little complicated to deal with because I'm going to need to find a way of getting in range at the appropriate time to make the attack work. But we have options, let's say. So that's going to be the plan. Basically, everybody's going to be moving to the left behind the concrete. Once we take these 2 out, we're going to sort of move around and hit them from the side. I mean, it's not exactly going to be a flank because, of course, they're going to be trying to close the distance and create some trouble for us. So we'll largely be reacting to wherever they are. But at this point, I don't feel any threat by being focusing the fight in here. And I think a lot of you have seen me play it before, kind of know that I really like taking advantage of buildings as cover. So let's just see who's getting attacked again. Let's start. So if I focus on the sniper rifle is going after Polaris. Polaris being attacked by anyone else? No. So actually, it might be, for all that I was saying about getting everybody to gang up, Polaris might actually be best positioned to just stand and do a really long-range shot at some of the guys coming in. So let's say he waits out the attack. And then for the sake of the argument, we'll attack the closest unit. I mostly just wanted to work out how much time I have. And we're sort of moving at the start of the attack, but I can adjust that. Kind of. One adjustment I'm going to make to it. It's going to move up like this. So I'll do it just because I'm able to get some damage in. But the real appeal behind this is that if things get hairy, I can still duck behind concrete when the time comes. So I wanted to get that kind of dealt with just so that I could have a little more variety in terms of how my units were moving. So the attack from this unit's taken care of. We've got 2 attacks from the cannon. And it looks like both are focusing on my melee unit. So that's actually a small advantage to me. So if I run them... Oh yeah, I gotta be a little careful about that. I don't think I'm able to... Yeah, they're just out of range for the melee attack. But what if I started with a dash? Yeah, I am definitely playing very fast and loose with the laws of physics on that one. Okay, so maybe what I do instead, I move up to this point. Once again, I'm relying on concrete to protect me. Oh, but that's going to be till the end of the... That's going to be to the end of the fight. That's not the most exciting choice I can make. So once again, we dash behind the... Okay, so I'm slightly curious. I don't know why I didn't think to do it this other way before. Ah, because it won't let me. I want to see if it'll let me sneak through. Yeah, no, too narrow. Okay. And I can't jump off. That's right, I cannot jump up on the buildings. So in that case, knowing what I know, no, right, there's a reason why I was moving the way that I was. So at this point, like, just to clarify what I'm doing here, I'm just trying to minimize the number of, or the amount of time that I'm in range. You can jump on them, you just need to do it in smaller okay, yes. Yeah, I've been sorry. I've used a building for high ground before. I just wasn't sure if I'd be able to make it up on that one. Although, actually, come to think of it, it might be that I could jump jet onto the building. This is now more cool. That completely doesn't serve what I need because the cannon will rip me apart, but. Again, the whole point on this one is just to minimize the amount of time that I spend under threat from that cannon. In fact, I'm already in the danger zone. Yeah, that's not going to work. I'm spending all this time moving this unit around, but completely forgetting the reason why I'm doing these moves, so I gotta... I'm actually okay taking a little damage on the condition that that's still not going to work because it's too... I think if I try a fourth one, I'm going to get burned. Yeah, I'm going to burn up. But I do get to at least prep for the next turn. That seems like a slight... Actually, I can probably start the melee attack. Oh, wait, yep. There's still the collision that I need to deal with. Okay. So just because I can't finish the move at the end of the turn doesn't mean it's not worth... Yeah, so now I need the enemy to be a little more agreeable with its pacing. Okay, so this is as close as I can afford to... They really want me to go from that angle, huh? Okay, well, just as well. I suppose it's just as well that I know it's difficult to make that attack work. I now have the option for this unit. It's not as exciting as I wanted it to be, but it does give me some other opportunities. For instance, Fox is going to be able to make the magic happen. In fact, Fox can probably just stand still and open fire at their leisure. And then we'll track them to the side here. No point in actually starting the attack. Yeah, okay, actually with that in mind. it's possible that they may be attacked from another source, so we'll put them behind. I was hoping for maybe a little bit more. Now, Tango's a little bit more of a conundrum because they're under attack from one of the tanks, but I think we can still make that work. So again, we'll wait out the... Actually, there's a small possibility that the dash will work. So let's see. I don't think I can get behind... Even with a dash, I don't think I can get behind cover and... It's close enough. I don't think... So ideally, I'd be opening up on the... Yeah. The perfect world, of course, would have been to open up on the tank at that point, but... I do need to cool down. And I completely ignored the fact that I'm still being attacked, so I need to get behind a building. So this winds up being a rather inefficient attack with a shotgun, but it's what I've got and keeps me... That still doesn't keep me protected, actually. That will, though. So again, it's a terrible attack, but it's, you know, it's one that keeps me from taking damage. So, admittedly, more of a setup turn than anything, but at least I get some damage, and then I get some kind of obvious next steps for my team to take. Assuming that the machine gunner just doesn't turn around and say, exactly what do you think you're doing? Also, it looks like I was ignoring attacks from this angle. Okay, but it's still going to get hit by concrete, so... Let's see how this turns out. Okay, so they're still up and willing to go. They have directed their attention on my... They've directed my attention to their attention on Tango. This gentleman would like to... All right, so it's going to be machine gun versus melee. And I got to find a good angle, or I'm going to be in big trouble. It's actually possible I'm going to lose this. It's possible I'm going to lose this race just because I can't get a good angle. Out of curiosity, if I were to try it this way. All right. This is really overly dramatic, but I'm really just trying to get an idea of what some of my options are here. They're doing a really good job of... Oh, that might work. Okay, it's weird, and I do wind up kind of getting hit by the machine gun on some of that, but I generally like where it goes because I get return business. And that'll lead into a follow-through on the tank. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to try and run on the assumption that I'm able to get the distance and the shot off before the tank can cause me problems. It's do the hand. You have the... Oh, that's... I didn't even think that you could put the sword on the other hand. I just kind of always assumed that there was like the shield hand and the sword hand, but that clearly makes sense. Thanks. Sorry, I think we're both shooting each other at the same time, aren't we? Yeah, so if I'm going to make that work, I want that to happen before... Okay, so if I say nuts to efficiency and I just... Okay. It's the best I can hope for, it looks like. The question is whether or not it's worth putting the shield up. Oh, actually there is one other approach that I can try and take, which is... Oh, nope, I'm at the edge of the map. So I was thinking I could try and get Foxtrot in on the action. All right, that was an okay little bit of damage, but it's pretty clear I got to get this guy out of the... I got to get this guy out of the way, so... Hey, Mad King Brutus. That was a really fun fight that I went through. So that is definitely something worth... Well, you know what? Maybe I just don't need to get fancy. Maybe we do the trick that we learned last time, which is to just barrel over this... barrel over this guy. This should also free up Foxtrot to do something a little more useful with their... Well, actually, maybe it won't free them up to do something more useful with their time, but it will... Because I keep forgetting I have a really long range on this stuff. Well, that'll work. Yeah, so that tank shouldn't be a problem anymore. I am most interested in terms of what happens to the melee unit with the machine gun. So this is going to be one of these lovely slow-mo sections. And I am being a bit of a wimp with Polaris. I should be committing to something slightly more interesting than running away. Although it does look like they have a lot of hate for that unit, so maybe hiding is the best option. I do need to be a little mindful in terms of range, though, so let's say... And I bet I'm going to burn up if I fire that thing again, so it's kind of a welcoming committee when the time comes. Anyways, I do want to see how this little melee encounter turns out, so... Okay, looks like that's dealt with. I realize this is a long build-up, I apologize, but let's face it, this game looks awesome as hell, so... This is the moment you're waiting for, Brutus. That hurt. We can probably afford to speed it up a little bit. At least until... So it is kind of neat. I guess the melee attacks wind up interrupting the action is my reading of that. Oh, that's right. We deliver the final hit at the end. Okay, so that tank is dealt with. Oh. So they're going to open up with the machine gun immediately afterwards. I bet I'm going to burn up if I... Oh no, I do get one more melee, so I do, however, need to get my... I need to get my shield bearer out of the way. Unfortunately, everybody collides in that version, so if we walk... We still collide. Okay. Not exactly the way I wanted to be moving this unit, but it's the safe way. Can I be super brave and go for a third? No, that is not the done thing. Yes, so this is the big lesson for me today has been that if you hit the space bar, you get to see things in slow motion. Okay, now this is a dubious choice as far as my sniper is concerned, or marksman, because realistically, like what do I accomplish by doing this? I kind of just open them up to retaliation. I'm still going to do it because I think this will look awesome. But I do maybe need to make sure that the attack starts as soon as they clear the obstruction. And that we get out of the way as soon as possible. And I can't dash down because then I'll burn up. So yeah, basically I need to fire the shot and take my lumps is what I set that guy up to do. But that's purely my choice. Like there's nobody to blame for setting things up that way than me. So so let's see if we can get Foxtrot into. Oh, I did not think he was going to be. Wait a minute. Oh, then I am safe. Okay. So I just got to make sure Foxtrot's not getting too reckless. In fact, I think this is probably a good time for a dash. Oh, no, it's not because he's used up all of his heat. Just trying to get a bit of a read in terms of what my best range is going to look like. So yeah, this guy doesn't really seem to be too effective right now, so we'll just wait for the best shot. This is, of course, the time where sort of my attention needs to be it needs to be redirected towards the other guys. The one thing that I might want to consider doing differently is we have no guarantee that this enemy unit's going to be taken out. We do get a couple of melee attacks on them, but it's not at all clear that that's going to be enough to seal the deal. So actually, now that I think of it, there is one other alternative that I can do for that attack, which is that shot right there, which doesn't actually do anything to the tank on the way in, but it does kind of give us a clearer idea in terms of what the situation is. I also don't really think this position is all that good for this unit's health. So with enough cooldown, we'll put them somewhere a bit safer. It's nice to have them on the building, but I'm not entirely sure that they're going to be in the best position. I am sort of opening myself up to attack by ending that move where I did. So let's see if I can do something a little more interesting. So if I end here, I'm not really open to attack. It's possible that no, this will still work. Yeah. Okay, so other than the fact that Tangos really doesn't have a whole lot to do this round, I think I'm pretty happy with how this is going to turn out. And get ready, Man King Brutos, because I am going to be focusing on the melee. That's what it looks like on normal speed, so. Okay, so, man, they really don't like that melee unit. So I'm pretty sure he's not going to be able to do anything with the marksman. I can probably walk in a little bit closer and do something with the short-range weapon, though. I wonder if I can get a second one of those off in quick succession. Not without overheating. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with where this goes because the melee unit's going to be able to escape without too much as far as scratches go. This guy only has short-range weapons left. So let's see. This unit is going to attack Foxtrot. Okay. So that one's a no-brainer. The only catch is that I can't actually do the attack when I want it. I mean, I do have a shield for a reason. I should be too scared of a tank, but... So yeah, if I just leave him here, that's still enough to... So that's still enough to dodge the attack. There's absolutely no point. All right. That should accomplish what I wanted there. Okay, so these folks are safe. I do kind of need to get my melee unit into the action sooner rather than later. There is a small chance. I don't want to be too reckless with this, but... Yeah, so that happens a little too late, so let's... So the idea here is I want the melee attack to happen before... Okay, well actually with that in mind, we'll do a dash. Basically, I'm going to try and knock off a melee attack before the shotgunner does. So I actually start the shot. Well, okay. How bad? How much am I worried about friendly fire? I'm gonna start. Yeah. So I start the attack after we connect, and then we clean up. Okay, Sniper's doing his job, and Foxtrot I think I was hiding away for a special occasion. So this is a little bit of a puzzle, actually, because he, you know, I did a reasonably good job keeping him safe. But now that I want to use him, I have a little trouble. That concrete's already shot through, so that's a recipe. Actually, all of this is a recipe for damage. I think I've been assuming that this stuff holds up longer than it really does. So let's put him behind a building instead. Ooh, that's an opportunity. Okay, and they're gonna keep laying on that heavy machine gun. So the real shame about this one is that this is actually a pretty decent spot to do an attack from. So here's how I'm going to handle that. The one thing I don't want to do is stand still along this building. And this is just because I don't think, like, if I just stand still, the building's going to get drilled through by the heavy machine gun. So I kind of want to spread the damage out across the different areas. Now, the thing that sucks about it is that when it's time for the best reply, I'm either going to have to expend heat or I'm going to have to wait to close the distance. The good news, however, is that's going to give the rest of my team some time to get into play. So Let me make sure everybody's accounted for. They are. And away we go. Oh, so I wasn't even thinking that the vehicle would be knocked back. So that shotgun went wide. All right, so they hate my... Oh, and I'm going to be taking some damage, so... They get hit in the back if they do that. I can't rocket my way out. Yeah, so all the answers result in me taking damage. A pity, but I think I'm just going to have to live with that. So I'll just take it on the chin. That seems to be the best way to handle it. Okay, good. And we're behind the building in time. So what I'm going to do as a second best is try to get a parting shot, Parthian shot. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. It has been so long. I'm so happy to see you again. I hope you're feeling better. Guys, for those of you who don't know the Eyes of Sin, she's the one who did these lovely emotes. And I don't know if you're still open for commissions, but if you are, do let us know, because I'm sure there are a few people here who would love to have your art on their channel. Okay, so have you seen me play? Phantom Brigade before, Sin? You will probably correctly identify this as very much my kind of game. So it looks like it more or less paid off. I mean, it's possible that this was overly cautious and that this building was never gonna get bored through. But let's see. Okay, so he's gonna be spending basically the whole turn reloading. So with that in mind, I wonder if I can... Nope, that's going to be a collision, so... Oh, but I can just stand up on the building, so... So with that in mind, I'm going to shoot him from the top of the... Okay, here's what I'm going to do instead. I want an idea of... Okay, so somewhere like that. I'm a little worried about this one because he's going to be turning around for his own attack not too long after. Yeah, and I'm right in the crosshairs for the reply, so I need to be a little quicker on the. And that puts me in the wrong spot. So. Well, there's really no. Sorry. So that kind of gives me the optimal coverage. I'm wondering if I can get away with a sneaky second. Probably not while also avoiding damage. Well, it's close enough. That's one I'm actually willing to risk, so. It keeps system happy by using his emo... Yes! Well, I don't know. I really like them, and the Eyes of Sin did a really good job on them. So I want to be able to sort of shout out that talent as much as I can. Now, I think the angle might be wrong on this one. Yeah. Oh, wait. No, that'll work. So this is going to be a little bit of a weird. It's going to be a little bit of a weird change in priorities, but I think in this case here, being able to bring a shotgun to bear on our short-range comrade will help us out. And of course, I can throw up the shield if things get too dangerous. Now, I suspect this melee attack will not be enough to finish the job, but it is, however, going to get me into position to... Ooh. I did not think that the vehicle might be considering its own reply. So let's try and move in. I'm going to be moving into friendly fire, but if I try and do a melee attack... Ooh, threading the needle. Alright, this is definitely one for slow-mo. We've actually got a few stories going on, so we're going to start with the melee attack over here, then we're going to see the shotgun, and then we're going to finish with... the melee attack. I'm reasonably happy with how this is going to turn out, though, I think. Oh, beautiful, Mad King Brutos. I'd love to know what you think of it when you get around to it, so... Chazbone, 8th of his name, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, did the attack already happen? I guess it did. I didn't even think about this tank. Right, this is inactive, so... He's going to be turning around to attack this unit in the back, but we should be starting our melee before too long. Okay, shotgun's about to start there. It's 26 damage. Turns around. Well, we took out the shield. Probably not the first thing I would have wanted to take out, and we're getting some damage on the sword arm. But looks like this guy's down. I probably picked the wrong angles for most of the action, so that probably wasn't as exciting as that should have been, but... Okay, so heavy machine gun is going to... Basically, he's going to be spending the majority of his turn firing into the building, so I'm okay with that. This unit is going to be focusing on Tango now. There's a couple of answers that I have to that. One, so can I get Polaris to... No, not quite. I also have a feeling that if I put Polaris up on this... Yeah, so the weapon's not all that effective either. So as much as I like sniper rifles, here's what I'm going to do instead. We're going to throw... I'm not going to worry about using the buildings for cover anymore. We're definitely at the point here where we want to be kind of making bigger plays. So I want to close the distance as much as I can. We'll use the shotgun on the bad guy. And basically, this is going to be all about getting this particular unit into position. try and minimize the amount of time I'm exposed. But in the meantime, I'm also going to take my sniper. I'm going to try and get as much distance as I can. So if I can arrange an optimal shot. Okay, actually, I don't need to go that far. So it looks like I can actually just do a straight line, or close to it. Nope, straight, no. Yeah, I do need to make at least a straight, a small adjustment. So hopefully we'll take the damage on the shield, but they might, both bullets might actually hit at the same time, which would be really cool if it does. And I think we only have 2 other enemy units to deal with, so I suppose, I mean, we can do my favorite thing, which is melee attacks for days. Oh yeah, and then I actually need to, I also need to get out of dodge. Or just do another melee attack. No, okay, that overheats, so. One more for good measure. And then really we just kind of sit and wait. Nope. That's my unit I was waiting for. So once this guy starts moving... Oh, I gotta get a little bit of distance. So, I mean, this wouldn't be the best place for me to be doing this kind of an attack normally, because of course they're moving sort of right to left. It's better if they sort of are moving head on for you know, for targeting purposes. And again, there might be friendly fire here, but I don't know. I really want my units to be doing something. Okay. So let's, we'll do a slightly higher view of the battlefield. I don't think I'll slow things down for this one, because I think we've got a pretty clear idea about what we want to see happen. But this should hopefully finish off the fight, if not leave us in the position we're happy with. So that guy's done for. As is that guy. Cool. That was a little more straightforward. So we took 255 damage that time, 30 seconds real time, 2,767 for damage inflicted, 1.2 kilometers moved. Actually, we moved a greater distance than we did in the super fight that we started off with. 4 enemy units destroyed, 175 for supplies, 88 actions planned, and a partridge in a pear tree. That was fun. I actually really liked that map. Not just for the novelty. I kind of felt that the buildings would maybe be giving me a little bit more defense than... Like, I kind of thought to a certain point that it would be defensive in a point where, like, I'd be laughing off the damage. But it actually... There were some really neat moments where I was sort of given a bit of a run for my money, so... Actually, another thing I should say is The Eyes of Sin is a very big anime fan, so I have to assume that there's probably... I maybe don't watch a lot of it, but I have a feeling that that's probably a point of appeal. Now, I kind of neglected I did get a new Nox... Oh, no problem, Natalie. Sorry, I'm not even thinking of the fact that there might be some notes on this. I mean, I think probably the thing that surprised me the most was how quickly some of the concrete barriers got shot through, but then I was abusing them a little bit. I also probably have gotten a little bit used to a couple of strategies where there's like multiple buildings in front of it. But yeah, that was neat. And I don't know, so maybe, now that I'm a little self-conscious of it, the one thing that I did find kind of interesting about it, and I don't know how much planning goes into this, but I thought the 2 groups of enemies was kind of interesting because to me it led to that very natural strategy of, using the number. I mean, I guess this is kind of Lancaster's Law again, but, using my 4 units to take that pocket of 2 on the side. But what I did think was kind of interesting about it was the way that the 3 units off to the side sort of responded to that and sort of were able to close, like they were able to kind of deal with the fact that I was trying to close the distance, and I still had to make some choices as far as how I wanted to mitigate the damage. That was fun. Also, I don't know, it's really neat to just kind of see a big smoking wreck of a map when we didn't damage the area too much, but it was kind of neat to see those big holes in the wall where I'm like, oh damn, I got to figure out what how I'm gonna reply to that. So that was fun. That was a lot of fun. I hope I get a chance to see the other map, although I'm technically running at the time I might be wrapping up, but this game's too good. I'll probably do some extra time. You can dispatch a salvage team to this site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them, and we will grab some repair. I think everybody needs... We'll repair everyone, although I am going to see if I can do something about that. So there was a new body that we got, which I think will work well on some of my mechs. There's a few new maps. Okay, sorry. I think it was mistaken in terms of seeing how many new maps. All right, well, let's let time run by, and we'll see if we can find the new... Oh. They're about as indecisive as I am, I see. We'll assume that the farm housed their communications equipment. This is a result of our top-level tactics. We've hit them in command and control, and they're they're out of ideas. You blame system. You're now playing the tutorial, loving it so far. It's great. Yeah, it's like I said. I mean, the thing that excites me. Okay, actually, maybe this is the time for, because I think there's a few new bodies inside chat. I should mention that I was given a key for promotional purposes for this game, and I do have that Epic affiliate link, so there is technically a financial interest there as well. But of course, if you have another person with an affiliate link, or you just want the portion that goes to the broadcaster to go to Bracers, I'm not gonna mind, seeing the money go straight to the people who made it. But with that in mind, it's important to disclose that stuff, particularly in the fact that if you use the affiliate link, there is the financial interest. But with that disclaimer out of the way, it is worth saying that I was surprised by how polished and just fun it was out of the box. I felt like I had a pretty clear idea of what the game was about and what it was supposed to do. But when I took a look at the roadmap, I got very excited by what was coming up. So I think this might have actually changed a little bit, because there was a mention of artillery. I do see that there's missile weapons inside here, but one of the things that excited me the most was I noticed when I played this in the first patch, so we're currently enjoying the quality of life update, the first update that was released for the game, but I noticed I was relying on a lot of buildings and mobility to... Oops, sorry, I should actually make a move. Before I do that, I want to mess around with my units just to see if I can take advantage of one of those new torsos I got. But sorry, I'm all over the place in terms of my thoughts. But yeah, I noticed I was abusing a lot of terrain and a lot of sort of intermediate. Basically just stuff getting in the way of the enemy shots. And as soon as I took a look in the roadmap and saw artillery, I'm like, well, that's going to ruin that strategy. So it's kind of neat to see a roadmap which says, hey, they understand the stuff that I'm using to beat the game, and they're going to take it away from me, which probably I should normally be mad about, but it's actually kind of exciting to see where it's all going. So I thought I got a new Nox medium, but these aren't all that exciting. So we're actually currently sitting on an uncommon. So I guess the best that I can hope for is here. I'm not convinced that this is actually that much of an improvement, though. New offensive subsystem. So I'm assuming the little marker here is the indicator of the new item. So that doesn't excite me too much. Left item. So the only thing I could really think of would be to change the sidearm. The shields are a bit too heavy for this mech, so... I actually just prefer being able to zip them around the battlefield more than anything. Oh, but I can give them a big badass sword. Okay, so currently we have the cut. Medium melee weapon, inflicts devastating damage in close quarters combat. It's a saber. Ergonomic and sleek in design, the saber models are cheap to manufacture and mostly used as support weapons. Manufacturer Invictus. Invictus ergonomic equipment focuses on heat management and accuracy. Less importance is placed on damage output since they primarily supply all support and assault units. So, we could give them a line. Heavy melee weapon inflicts devastating damage in close quarters combat and can knock down opposing units. Ergonomic and sleek in design, saber. Okay, same lines here. So, significant improvements in base damage, reduction in range, max range, better concussive damage, but also worse for heat. Oh, so you're saying I should put 2 swords on? I don't think I have any. Yeah, I don't know. I'm okay with the gun. The gun actually wound up saving me last time. I guess the question is, do I want to try... Do I want to look like I'm compensating, or do I want... I don't know. I really want to try this. I should probably not mess around with my heat dissipation, though. So this Nox Light will be a bit heavier. This one's a genuine dilemma for me. I do like the idea of slightly better heat dissipation, but I don't like the heavier mass because I kind of rely on the fact that this guy can zip all over the battlefield. He's currently sitting at 1507. If I put that arm on, what am I looking at? 1434. That doesn't work for me. Yeah, but I don't, like, whether or not that's a good idea, Zero, I just don't have the equipment for it, so... Sometimes you really want to hit someone with a repurposed helicopter blade. Exactly. Yeah, okay, I'm going back to my old arm. Lower body, I'm currently... Okay, so I guess I can try and make that other arm work if I'm feeling really brave and I want to try some lighter legs. I think I've probably already gone through... You know what? Let's... Wait a minute. Why am I down to 13 now? I messed up, didn't I? 1507. Wait, so why did I suddenly lose... It's probably something about the mods that I'm carrying. You know what? I don't really need to mess around with this too much. Oh no, that's exactly what it is. Oh no, nope, that's not what it is. I am, however, going to adjust the colors. They have red helicopter blades, right? It's the Red Baron's helicopter blade. Yeah, so I'm okay with It's not a major change, but it's enough. I don't want to spend too much time on the customization, but it probably wouldn't be a bad... Oh, not livery. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to at least see the new stuff. So this guy's sitting on a Nox Heavy. I don't think there's a huge argument for flipping that out. What about the capacitor? So currently we're sitting on a basic, and this would be an improved. So let's add that. This is the firewall. Now there's a bunch of... So not only are there new shields in the patch, but I have a bunch of shields in inventory. So let's think about where we want to go with the rest of the... Oh, right. This is the... Right. This is the light shield. That makes sense. I'm not that excited by the options, to be honest. I think what I've got is working for me right now. I think we're still equipped with the first shotgun we ever... I think this is like the first piece of loot that I picked up. Hang on. There's an uncommon... Wait, let's just back up here for a second. There might be an even better version of the sword. Nope. Not even close. See, I'll be honest, the lance is actually working for me right now, so unless... I'll see if there's a slightly better... Well, no, I should keep myself open to all the other possibilities, but... the machine gun doesn't... So the one big thing that I've been doing about the machine guns is that I tend to move around too much to make them useful, and they do take a really long time to fire, so I don't use them all that much. And more importantly, just generally, I've gotten very used to having this person ready to like throw up a shield or let her rip with a shotgun. So unless I wind up with a piece of equipment that's you know, significantly better, I just kind of think rinse and repeat with this loadout is exactly what the doctor ordered. So I'm currently sitting on an Elbrus medium. There's a Nox medium which will improve my my mass but not heat dissipation. I think I'm actually going to see if one of the other mechs might be able to benefit from that first. And looks like they've got... So why does it say that a lower mass would be worse? Shouldn't I want the mass to be lower? This says excellent, so maybe maybe I'll just keep it for that reason, but I'm sure I can make sense of this just by total mass of the given part affects movement speed, collision outcomes, and available loadout configurations. All right, I lost my nerve. I'm gonna stick with what I've got there. However, I am going to now take a look at my other mechs, seeing as there might be... Okay, so Behemoth is... This guy's undergone a few different design changes. They're also the lowest level ones, so at this point I'm actually gonna start by looking at them. So, I mean, the logic behind this guy still sort of stands. A bunch of heavy parts so that they can... I don't really need to move them around. They're sort of just a weapons platform. So unless I can find some, like, strictly dominant part... We're currently sitting on a heat sink, which probably is the right call. Maybe a pass. No, we'll leave it be. I'm currently using a medium handgun. I'm reasonably happy with the handgun, but it doesn't hurt to... Okay, so this seems to be broadly better. I'll maybe just double check that there isn't something else that I like in there. So this does more damage overall, but at the cost of heat as well. Yeah, you know what? That's probably my old gun. So yeah, it's technically 2 DPS more. Wait, so what do I find so appealing about that if... Yeah, no, this is definitely the better gun. Sorry, I'm getting in my own head here. UI on subsystem does not display if it reduces or adds mass. Okay, so what was the red... What did the red mean then? It might just be that I misunderstood what the gyro does. I think in the end I just wound up sticking with the base, like the base that I had already had, so it wasn't that big of a deal one way or the other. But okay, so I'm currently sitting with a marksman rifle, so if I compare that to the sniper, definitely a lot more scatter if I'm moving around, but that's less of a worry. Even longer range, single shot, spectacular concussive damage, higher heat, shorter duration though. And the big problem here is that for all of the... I was going to say, why is it 77 damage per second? I'm like, because it still takes time for that thing to deliver. I don't know, it's really hard for me to argue that the sniper rifle is the right call for this guy, so... I think the marksman's perfectly fine the way that it is. We are sitting on a Nox Heavy, so... I don't know, I feel like somebody's got to get the arm. This is too good of an item to be sitting. Now this interests me a little bit. Yeah, even though it's a slightly lower integrity, I think that's a part that I want to be equipping. So Asgard heavy. So I just kind of threw a little bit of everything together on this guy, it looks like. And it doesn't look like there are any obvious... Yeah, it doesn't really look like there's any obvious comparisons. I can just lower the overall integrity by putting another Nox on. I think I'm generally giving up too much to replace any of these though, so... And basic capacitor... Yeah, I'll stick with what I've got. Now, we're sitting on the Asgard legs. So numerically it says it's better. But I'm not all that excited by the options that it's giving me here. And these ones, even though they have a bigger number, they're strictly dominated. For integrity, look at the big stat numbers. The bars show unleveled stats. Well, I think I'm looking at what we've got. So like when I'm taking a look at the Asgard here. Oh, sorry, you're talking about the number above the bars? Look at the big stat. The bars show unleveled. Okay, right. So we're talking about the overall level. So even though the base level is 263, which is lower, these legs have a higher integrity. They've got 61 higher integrity because of all of the mods that have been on. Okay, I think I get what you're saying. Sorry, I did not realize that at all. I've probably been making some very strange decisions then. Okay, so I suppose the question now is, am I willing to put on that much weight for an additional 60? I'm not entirely convinced that's the right call, but maybe I will take a quick review. Yeah, so all I'd be really giving up here would be heat dissipation. I'm still going to wait and see if there might be a mech that already has an Ox medium arm, so that might be a strictly dominant. Okay, more importantly, we got to do the livery. I think I might have just been Greyhound black and white that I used. And I know I chose this for the item, but you gotta make the sniper rifle a little more flashy. Do I really want to do Greyhound for everything else? That doesn't seem right. I also don't want a big red gun, though. You know what? We're keeping it. Acid wash it is. Okay, so I gotta mess around with Hermes, and then if I haven't used that Nox arm, I'm gonna have to go back to Behemoth. This guy looks so weird on a couple of skinny legs. Okay, so we're currently sitting on an Nox Light, and I generally like again mobility has been helping this guy quite a bit. So they're actually faster than my melee unit. So this medium body is... It's actually very hard for me to argue against putting this on. Yes, it's heavier, but I think the heat dissipation is a slightly better... It's sad to see the speed go down like that, but I think the heat dissipation works a little bit better for me. Okay, so this is a medium handgun. There's really not a whole lot that I want to do with the weapons if it comes down to it. I think the heavy handgun, the range is a bit too far given the fact that this assault rifle is already pretty... it's already got a pretty high minimum range. I think that Spark also does a pretty respectable amount of damage on its own. So we're still sitting on an AR-1. The funny thing is, though, I don't actually think I'm going to... I don't see a lot of reasons to shift from it. These are all lower level. And as far as damage is concerned, they put out less in terms of a damage per second. Just generally, they don't really inspire a whole lot of reasons for change. So this Nox Heavy is pretty great. So I suppose if I wanted my speed back, I could put this on, but the heat dissipation really isn't where it needs to be. I think that's why I wound up with that arm. So what about the right arm? This is an Elbrus medium. Yeah, so the question is one of whether or not I want the heat dissipation so low. I think it's actually better that I just put this thing back on Behemoth. It'll lower them overall, but I'm This is not the guy who I really want to see a whole lot of extra integrity. How badly is this gonna... that didn't hurt the mobility too much. Although, wait a minute, why... Oh wait, hang on. The heavy isn't what I want. Okay. Oh, before that, so an improved reactor compared to... I will admit, I'm still a little confused as to what the gyro does. So let's see what happens when it changes. So currently we're sitting on an improved reactor. Okay, so it lowers the mass and makes me move a bit faster. Gotcha. Okay, cool. What kind of role do I want in your brigade? Technician. Somebody as far away from combat as possible. Oh, actually, the hydraulics seem to be what I really want for this guy. Okay, we'll adjust the livery. We'll do one more trip back to... we'll do one more trip back to the to Behemoth just to put some of the better toys on them. I think we'll do Sunset Dark for all the body parts. I can't remember if that's what we did on the last loadout, but I'm okay with that look for now. Yeah, there's a pretty significant difference between Behemoth and the rest of his squad, so... I guess it was just going to be the arms that we were considering, so Nox Medium 182 versus 228. A small problem in terms of the heat dissipation, but we already know we're really just going to be firing once anyway. And I suppose I can see some small improvements. Not really. I think I'm just going to leave it to the one. Yeah, I don't need to get any fancier than that. And if gyro is just improving my mass... compensate for a little bit. It is silly that this thing is so fast compared to some of my other units. Then again, I think I can make this work. I have a feeling Johnny Big Time would really like this this mech design. Okay, I am reasonably happy with where that's at. Do I even want to mess around with Unit 391 right now? Because I feel like I've been spending a lot of time on things that are not involving me fighting mechs. Alright, well, I think the time has come for us to deal with the convoy. It's also a level 4, so this might be a fun little little encounter to end on. I am definitely going over time. But it's a good reason to go over time. You kind of remind you of Gundams? I've never seen any of the Gundam products, shows. Sorry guys, I am going to have another pierogi. They might be ice cold, but I'm actually kind of peckish, so sorry, I'm going to be away from the monitor for a second. I see we've come full circle. All right, Elliot. Thank you very much for stopping by. I'll try and be around for as long as I can on this, but I do have responsibilities to my employers to be at least somewhat conscious at work tomorrow. So if your dinner extends past the duration of the cast, thank you so much for stopping by, and obviously the hard work that you and everyone else, including Nick Parr and Maddie, who have been in the channel for the last little while. This has been a lot of fun. And it's actually been a lot of fun to have people involved with the game stop by. So let's... Oh, God. All right. No, you know what? We're going to approach this exact same way we did last time. So what are our actual threats? We've got... Okay, a lot more cannons than last time. And then a heavy shotgun and a heavy handgun. However, this guy's not sitting on any... interesting. Okay. Is that my first answer? I'm not going to actually do this move, but I just want to make sure that my guys don't collide with each other. That's an autocannon. So it's not a perfect avoidance, but why does it feel like this rifle just suddenly has a lot less range than I'm used to? So many very, very angry tanks. Okay, if I just went crazy and did something like this. Hey, Prometheus. So basically, now that I know that I can put the shield up and like run around, I'm clearly abusing this privilege to Oop. So it doesn't completely clear out everything, but basically the hope here is that I'm absorbing most of the damage that would be coming from this side of the map. I mean, the other thing I could try and do would be a bunch of melee attacks on... That is a regular cannon, so I think I'm actually willing to tank that. So to speak. Okay, so now basically everybody else is going to deal with the right-hand side of the map. And I also think at this point I should just accept that I'm going to be taking some damage, and what I should do instead is try and just be a little bit smarter about how I how I mitigate it. That's a regular cannon, so I can't. I just can't take that to the face, sadly. Okay, so if I make this all about positioning and I just ignore the potential sources of damage, assuming I wanted to do that, who could I just start opening up on? All right. I'll be honest, I was kind of hoping that I could do some more shots at enemies, but that'll get me in position for the next turn. And then I guess my marksman. Try to wait just a second before... Yeah, but then the window closes. Okay. I'm not 100% sure if that'll work, but it's what I'm willing to take a shot on. So I'll admit, what I'm most interested in is seeing whether or not this sort of tank cleanup crew is going to work. Because I'm more or less ignoring sources of damage on this one, and instead I'm sort of just kind of contending with all of the tanks. But this is going to be awesome if I basically just kind of go charging in and knocking these guys all out of the way. So we will do slow motion on this one to see how it works. I guess we can speed it up a little bit for... There we go. Shields up. So most of my guys aren't taking too much damage. I have a feeling my melee unit's probably taken the worst out of all of this. Sadly, we don't seem to have any grenade launchers. Oh, did I just turn on some kind of debugging feature by mistake? Mad King Brutos is having a good time. Yeah, so sadly none of these guys are taken out, but it looks like we have just knocked out the treads for almost every single one of these things. Oh, nope, we got a kill on that. That's good. So this will be good. We've kind of bought a bit of time for some recreation. Okay, so let's think about where we're at. This guy is down. This is fresh. This guy hasn't taken any damage yet either. All right, so all these guys, as fun as that was, all these guys are going to be sort of up and ready to go before too long. So I basically I'm of two minds about how to handle this. One version says... Should probably go behind the cover if I... Well, there's not much... Not much in terms of cover. Clearly I need to cool down. Like, that kind of goes without saying. Okay, we'll move... I'll move there, if nothing else, just so I can say I've done something. Although at that point, I'm, like, my cooldown, or my cooldown's finished, so... Okay, I'm gonna need to think a little bit about how I want to handle this. Because honestly, like, that worked pretty well. So maybe what I do now is I take a look and see what the threats to the melee unit are, and then I just run back in and just kind of bully the tanks for a little bit, and then we just pick off the remnants one by one. So for instance, okay, actually before I go too much further on any other considerations, let's say we'll look at the Polaris. So there's one unit that doesn't like it over at the far end, and I'm willing to guess that it's probably not going to be that big of a threat when the time comes. So if I move up like this, basically I want to make sure that I'm able to get a bead on this guy, and I can shoot him in the back with my marksman rifle. Yeah, he's just at the edge of what I need. That's a tank. Okay, so one thing I want to make sure is that Foxtrot's out of the way. I do kind of feel like they need to get a little more involved in the fight, although they might be able to do something interesting from up here. Okay, so they got some heat to spare, so I actually think we'll, even if I don't get to deliver all of the shots, it's a nice little bit of chip damage. So this is going to be just bringing some misery on that other tank. I also have enough for one other shot, so is there anybody in the area who can... Yeah, that thing's kind of... It's kind of fresh, so... And to be honest, I'm not all that sure what I'm doing with my sniper right now. I think probably just standing and taking it like a man is the best thing to do, and then I'll see if I can come up with a strategy for all the tanks in this area here. So, I gotta remember, okay, so the purpose of this is going to be to protect my melee unit. So this one's a threat. That one's a threat. It's probably going to mean I turn my back on a few more units than I really want to, but... Okay, so let's just see what the movement looks like. Oh, no, you run away too fast, so... That's about as good as I'm gonna be able to hope for, I think. The collisions that happen at the end maybe aren't as exciting just because like clearly I'm not really going to be able to. Clearly, I'm not going to be able to stop the damage that comes from them. Okay. Something of a dubious choice that I'm making here, but basically I'm going to try and get whatever distance I can. Actually, you know what? The real question is, at what point am I able to get back into jet? There needs to be a tank jet. Oh my god, that would be amazing if you have a heavy mech that can just lift up and crush a... Oh, damn it. That's what I get for being right-handed. Okay, so if we try something dramatic like this... Oh, this is going to be so cheesy if it works, but it's going to be so satisfying. Yeah, he's just too close. But... So the real worry about this is that he's going to be able to get a couple of shots off. Actually, okay, with that in mind, what if I just do what I originally wanted to? So we move up like this. The thing I don't like about that is I think I take some damage in the back. It's like if we look at that path, right? Well, we're outside of the optimal range, so that could be worse. Then he's going to get ready for round 2, so then we do a melee strike. And yes, it says at a different height, but... it's sloppy, but it'll keep me in the fight, so... Okay, so obviously I want to see what happens with my shield bearer. Oh my god, this was a disaster. I don't think we accomplished any of what we were looking for there. Hey, melee unit did the Lord's work, though. Okay, so we've clearly got a big stack of tanks to deal with. So I think the answer here is I gotta take them. Well, you know what? The marksman might actually just be able to put the. Oh, let's. Yeah. Simmer down. I'm thinking they might be able to put the mech out of its misery. How are we doing for heat here? We've probably got another melee strike in. And that unit is actually the one that's threatening it, so... Oh, nope, I cook, so... I'm going to close the distance a little bit and we'll try and get... I kind of question this choice because it's actually taking me out of the fight. I think the better option would be to... I swear this is the last I'm going to be doing this. So part of this is specifically to dodge the attacks that are coming in on him. There's going to be a second, sort of a secondary consideration. So one, dodging the attacks. Second, to make way for my my melee attacks. But also, I just want to get into a position where I can actually start doing something about these. I can start doing something about these tanks. Probably not a good idea to get on top of a hill if that's what's coming. I might be able to sneak... Yeah, actually, I think I'm going to try and sneak around the edge. So I'm going to sneak around the edge and prep for an attack on that unit. Okay, so we're kind of cooking... Alright, so I just do my... Nope, I burn up, so yes, we just stand. So I guess the remaining question is, what do I want to do with Foxtrot? Foxtrot does not seem to have that many people mad at him right now, so that is a small advantage to me. So how much damage does this guy take? He's basically fresh, so I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with... Yeah. And it's an autocannon, so ideally I have some kind of... Well, basically I have some distance between me and him until I'm ready to seal the deal. So something like that, maybe. That doesn't feel right. I guess there aren't that many opportunities. Okay, let's see how this goes. I don't think I'm going to do I don't think I'm going to do slow motion on this. There isn't any like major play that I want to see. Turn out. I kind of know what I'm going to be focusing on the battlefield, but... Yeah, so I took some pretty nasty damage there. I think I need to be a lot more... I think I need to be a lot more protective of my... Okay, let's... Nope, because that's... Then I just cook. You know, I keep making the same mistake. I wind up in these situations where I go all in, but I don't leave myself anything for the I don't leave anything for the sort of the retreat. So yeah, that's a lot of damage to the back, but not to mention I also I collide with a. Hey, at Legion Knights, how you doing? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave this be for now. I mean, the other thing I could say is that maybe the heat damage I'll take is less than what I would face from running. Just about to go. Hey, we're in the same boat then. Okay. So I think I'm just going to start. Okay, this guy's inactive. This guy's still working. If I can try and be a hero and use my marksman skills to... Alright, that's a little bit of heat damage, but that's also... Oh, nope, that's not one of the antagonists. The only thing is, I'm not 100% sure I can deliver on that shot. Yeah, sadly this guy is surrendering, so this attack is completely unnecessary now, but we're already locked in. That guy's ejecting. Okay, so let's refocus our attention. Who exactly is damaging this unit? So, one. So this unit is also potentially a threat, but they're also very, very damaged. So let's say, knowing what we know now, and you know what? I'm willing to guess that this attack is intended for... Nope, it seems... Okay. So yes, that is going to be the order in which I do it. I'll attack this unit first, then this unit. Again, I have doubts on the ability to actually deliver on this one, but... There is an attack coming in on me, which I'm not ecstatic about, but... I guess that'll have to do. Okay, so I think that's 2 units that I've kind of locked in their moves for. That's not entirely true, actually. I need to... I've kind of ignored the health and safety of this unit. I suppose one of the reasons for that is I'm not entirely certain... Oh no, they are going to become active after a little while, so... We'll wait it out. I definitely don't have the heat to keep going, so we'll hide behind a mountain. I should actually still be able to deliver some shots from up here. The question is, who do I want to inconvenience? I mean, it could just be... No, that's still too close. Oh, well, no, actually there's a very easy answer to this. This guy is annoying me, so... Okay, so that's most of my squad taken care of. So I genuinely don't remember who the shield was directed towards. I'm pretty sure it's this unit. So the question is, do I think this is enough to seal the deal? No, that is a fresh tank. That is definitely not going to be enough to seal the deal. So I might have a lighthouse in between me and the enemy shot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we're safe from that tank. So a couple shotguns on that fellow. And yeah, honestly, at this point, I think this is just about getting the melee unit out of harm's way. I think it's still going to be very tough. I think they're still going to take a lot of damage. But it seems to me to be the best way to just kind of avoid catastrophe. I am also going to make sure that their path doesn't result in any collisions with their own guys. So I'm going to slow this down just to see. I'd kind of like to see a little bit more of how this plays out, particularly how much damage the melee unit takes. So have a good one. This guy out. Something stopped this guy from doing an attack. I guess that's my marksman that I have to say thank you for that. All right, looks like the melee unit got away. Oh, spoke too soon. So a little bit of concussive damage, but the arm's generally intact. I think there's going to be words between Kilo and the rest of the squad for this round. Yeah, that's all to the lower body. If she gets tripped up, that's going to be very unpleasant. I do like seeing this this little animation here. All right, that was enough. Okay, so we've basically we've kind of got the end game for this ready to go. Actually, because I have some developers in here, I'm going to mention one touch that I like quite a bit, and I suspect this wasn't the influence of it, but it's just I recently watched the TV series Devs. And they deal with there's a concept in there of sort of being able to look through time and the distortions that come from sort of trying to do projections further out. So it's it's just such a small touch, but I actually really like the lens imperfections that appear sort of around the edge as you get to the limit of when you get to the prediction limit. I know it's such a small touch, but it's a little detail that I really like. So, okay, so clearly we took a lot more damage on units that had otherwise been undamaged. One thing I will admit is I generally tend to find that there's going to be some sort of repair at the end of every mission, and I'm usually collecting scrap, so I don't feel too much of a penalty to have to repair things. So the lesson I'm getting between Mad King Brutos and Eyes of Sin is that I should be paying more attention to anime. Is this the is the moral of the stream? Okay, so I can do a cool melee move. The question is, yeah, that puts me in the danger zone. So we will set ourselves up for protection. That's a bit premature, though. Like, I don't actually need to put the shield up until the attack comes in. Okay, actually, this is not even nearly as complicated as I'm making it. So we move Tango up. Remove that threat. Kilo waits for the perfect opportunity. Oh, hang on. Are they ready to... Okay, so it looks like they're actually ready to do an attack on us immediately afterwards, so... perhaps... I'd like to be a little more aggressive in my approach. Of course, the problem with that is I opened myself up to the shot. There was a reason I was lying in wait, so... So I figure we can probably wait to about here, and then we start a move. Oh no, it's still this unit here. Okay, that's fine. I wonder if I can get away with a second shotgun. Right? Not exactly, but I can start. And then I suppose the question would be, do I want to try and get greedy and do another... Okay, that will overheat, so can't do that. I think I'll just run back to my cover in case it doesn't turn out. Okay, so that, I think, deals with this side of the map. So this guy's out. This guy might be out by the end. I hope this one's out by the end. This guy's surrendering. That thing already ejected some time ago. So it's really just the right side that's been dinged up a bit. I mean, we could just laugh at him and say that we've got more firepower. So wait for the shots to finish, or at least as close as I can. I'll try and hide behind a hill. Okay, so it looks like this guy is basically out for blood, so we'll wait for the bulk of the damage. I'm just kind of curious if I can get around the edge and get a sneaky little shot off on the... It's kind of the Granville Duke of York strategy. Go. Yeah. So the thing I'm kind of hoping for here... Well, no, if it's the right-hand side, we're almost certainly not going to make this thing crash. Okay, so when do I get to have more fun? So I kind of accept that this thing's going to be doing damage. It is actually also a proper cannon, so there is serious damage that this thing does. It's just I'm relying on the fact that I built this guy with some heavy armor. It's funny, of course, right around the time that I minimize the protection that this thing's sitting on, is the time I decide that it just needs to stand and take shots. But here I sort of figure eliminating one threat. Nope, it's too hot. Yeah, I think I'll just set myself up behind the hill like I usually do. And I can't remember how much heat this thing takes. Goes up by 80, and our capacity is 110, I think. Oh yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to fire that this turn. Not without consequence. Okay. I think I'm just going to leave that be. Let's see. It's going to be a bit of a Charlie Foxtrot, but all right, well, that thing's not a threat anymore. That is definitely overkill. Okay, he's still up and ready to go, though. So I suppose the question is, do I want to... I can turn my attention and slap him, or... You know, probably just a decisive melee attack is... Yeah, that's a little too much. So I better hope that that thing actually delivers, otherwise I'm in trouble. So that thing's a smoking crater. Yeah, I can't quite make it work. So I suppose the best that I can hope for after the melee strike. So I'm going to slightly adjust the plan. On the chance that I don't actually finish the job, we're just going to hide behind the mountain. This guy's slightly out of my range. Oh, this is actually going to take some effort to make work, so I'm just going to let him hide behind the hill. And Foxtrot will be able to finally have his revenge on his longtime nemesis. I'm curious if I'm going to be able to get away with some medium-term light shots. Well, I'm not going to cook yet. There's too much overlap there, so... Don't step on the merchandise. So he's just going to be there to make sure he behaves himself. Well, actually, I guess this thing might still be a threat, so... Ah, what am I doing? No, wrong unit. Yeah, so if anybody needs babysitting, it's this guy. I suppose in the worst case scenario, I just like run to cover, but I don't know. I feel like they've taken this much damage, they deserve a little bit of revenge. Well, actually, they did warn me that the height was off, so that's probably what happened there. All right, fair enough. And they're still going for it, so. I wanted to give him a fair shot, but now the entire arsenal's coming. As you can see, my intuitions on the optimal distances aren't quite where they should be. Yes, one does tend to have difficulty shooting through hills. This is a feature that I have exploited many times. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to let you sit where you are. There we go. The marksman shot will be completely unnecessary, but kind of fun to watch. Victory! Alright. Again, that's it's actually really neat to do some of the higher level stuff, because I've never had to deal with swarms of tanks before, but it's been really neat to sort of see the different ways that you can manage them. Again, I have noticed also that I kind of abandon all sense of self-preservation. I wind up taking a lot of extra damage, but... So we took an Asgard heavy and another heavy machine gun intact. You know, in fairness, this thing looks a lot more intact than the... Oh no, sorry, destroyed. Right, sorry, they're all destroyed, but it's talking about salvageable items. I thought we had one where somebody surrendered, but then again, I also think we went and did a melee attack on that. Alright, these arrows keep showing up. So this might be another body that I consider, or maybe just something that I build instead. We're at the 4-hour mark. Oh god, it's midnight. I'm genuinely unsure about whether or not I should do... Like, I want to do another mission, but I'm also not sure if that's the best thing for my... I'm not sure if that's the best choice, because I'm already an hour past what I would normally do. Let's see what the convoy gives us. That's probably gonna be like last fight. I don't mind doing another. I don't mind doing another event, but I have a feeling that that will take me. I think that might be a little longer than what I can realistically ask for. Okay, tell you what. I'm sorry to do this, guys. I'd actually. So don't get me wrong. I would genuinely really like to. I would really like to do some more of this, but I do need to be a bit conscious of my... Hang on. Oh my god. I did not realize that I was uploading at some insane bitrate. This whole broadcast. I guess you guys can still see the... I guess you guys can still see the quality options though, so I guess that didn't matter all that much. Okay, I mean that's good to know. Maybe I'll mess around with that in the future. Anyways, guys, I do think, like, I feel really bad to do this, but I think the time has come. But we are going to do this on Friday again, so that can't be all that bad. I guess it's December 16th when I started. So, but yes, for those of you who are looking to pick up this game. What is in here? This is an affiliate link, so this is something that will give me some money for buying from that if you do use that link, or if you put the creator code SystemChalk at checkout in the little box below the checkout button. However, a couple things to keep in mind about that. One, I'm not the only person with an affiliate link, so if you have someone else who you would like to support using that, I'm not going to feel hard done by it. Also, while I understand that the publishers of games on the Epic Store choose what the revenue share for their game is, the fact of the matter is, unlike the other affiliate program that I was a member of that didn't disclose this, this is coming out of the developer's share of things. And to be completely honest with you, brace yourself, they've been very good to me. And if you would prefer to see the money go directly towards the developer, do feel free to do that yourself. You know, in the end, it's probably not going to be changing anyone's life one way or the other, but it is important to be maybe upfront about how these things work. And of course, with that in mind, I clearly enjoy this game very much, but I was given a copy for promotional purposes. And if you think that that is going to be having an influence in terms of how I talk about the game and how enjoyable it is, keep that in mind. Again, I can only disclose, I would like to think that it takes more than the cost of a video game to buy my opinions. There's other things that I can be playing, but that's up to you to decide how much that means. We're enjoying the first update of a long roadmap. So January, there's going to be sort of a little bit more beyond quality of life. I'm now looking for, now that I've done some more Melee, I'm really looking forward to the Arsenal update in February. And probably one of the most requested features. I think that was what was said in chat, at least. Combat replay coming in. There's actually, I'm really interested in seeing where all of this goes. But obviously, this is within our known time frame. These are maybe a little bit more aspirational. And I would be wrong not to put this out here. We have got, I'm really bad at pronunciation, so maybe this is, okay. I don't have an easy, I'm not going to be able to do the pronunciations, but maybe if I take, oh, come on, OBS. I'll get it. This is professional streaming right here. We should credit people with the work that they've done. I mean, that's probably because I'm streaming at a resolution that I'm not... sorry, I'm streaming at a different resolution than what I'm playing at, but... Here we go. So, a core development... This, by the way, is insane in terms of the number of... 6 people on the core development team. I just know that I'm not going to be able to pronounce everything, and it's going to take me a while on here. So let me try and get as many people inside. Okay. We had a few of them inside of the chat here, which was very nice. We do need to give credit to the operations team, so I'm going to slowly move these things up. Once I get to a certain number of credits, I'm... Hey, I recognize that name. Let me know if I went too far over things that you can read. And while this last spot is a bit of repetition, here is... Oh! Sorry, I didn't realize there's more. So brace yourself, games, everybody here. Some of these you will recognize from Industries of Titan, among other titles. I think some of these might actually be some new credits. So... Unity? I thought this... Oh! Interesting. I, for some reason, was under the impression this was Unreal, but I don't actually think there was Unreal. No. Oh, you know, it's probably because Industries of Titan was done in that. That's even cooler. Sorry, this is probably not serving anyone in terms of the credits, but I'm clearly not going to be able to. Oh no, I'm sorry, Alpha Team. I'm going to try and move slowly up, but I need to go to bed. My god, there were a lot of you. Alright, I think that's it. Hopefully that wasn't too disrespectful to the talent. Needless to say, it takes a village. But if you buy this game, you will be able to enjoy the credit sequence on your own, at your own pleasure. Do remember too that Brace Yourself is on Twitch. They are on Twitter. They have a good Discord. And finally, I'm going to see if somebody is playing the game tonight so we can pass on a host to someone else who's playing this game. As for me, thank you very much for watching. I do hope you guys hang around for the raid. I just need to get all the browser stuff up. It doesn't look like we're suffering too much as far as the frame rates. You wish you'd streamed, or else you'd throw your... Well, when you're ready to stream again, make sure it's Phantom Brigade, and I'll be sure to toss one your way. Let's see who else is on Phantom Brigade. It's just loading now. Am I the only one? Oh, that is a real shame. Okay. I did tell you all about the wonders of Night Valian. So Night Valian is currently enjoying Monster Sanctuary, and in the absence of Phantom Brigade, I think he will be my next best. So I'd love it if you guys would hang around and check out his stream. He seems to have been relatively new to it. So I think, I don't know, it'd be nice to give him a little bit of support. He's definitely very pleasant, and he's a lot of fun to talk to, so I think you folks will be in good hands. As for me, I am going to try and take some time to myself tomorrow to catch up on a few things that I didn't get done tonight. I had a ton of fun with Phantom Brigade, so we'll definitely be back to that on Friday. More Planetfall on Monday. There will be the usual Morrowind pre-recorded sort of vodcast on Tuesday for those of you that enjoy that. And then finally, I'm probably going to do more Phantom Brigade on Wednesday and Friday. So if you're looking for more of this, I will be happy to deliver it. If I wind up doing something else, it will probably be Industries of Titan. But I seem to have a fairly decent little cadence between the two games going right now. I have been missing Phantom Brigade, so I think I'm gonna scratch that itch a little bit more, because we are still relatively early on in the game, right? Anyways, I'm filibustering, and I think some of you would really like to see Night Valian. So thank you again. Thank you to Brace Yourself for the key, and of course the was Adelaide, NK, Epar, and Maddie for stopping by the channel and talking about the game a bit. And finally, Isefson, I really hope you're feeling better, and thank you very much for stopping by. Have a good one, and we'll see you in Night Valians.